that can be trusted. And
I also, what we're doing is making sure that you got some dope ass merch, chat. So, I mean, heartselforcongress.com. We got to make sure we look fly as we fight for freedom. You know what I'm saying? And if I can tell you just a real quick little story.
Sure,
So,
go ahead.
before we even went public with this run, and this is before the initial gerrymandering fight. So, we were going up against Democrat incumbent, 20-year APAC shill. He's not, I'm not saying it's an age thing, but he is in his 80s and it has a worldview that is just dated. Right. And so
it was
in my
wrong
DMs,
then, but it's obviously wrong now.
And so get this. So as I was currently still in that race, got a DM on Instagram from a person I didn't know. She said, I am with one of the biggest lobbying firms in the country. Congrats on your race against Emmanuel Cleaver in Missouri's 5th, yada, yada, yada. Would love to talk more with you about this race. And I'm like, okay. It's a black woman. So I'm like, okay, I don't know what's happening, but let's send you to my campaign manager. No mask, no nothing. It literally said her name at APAC.com. And so at the time, you got to remember Emmanuel Cleaver, who I'm running against, is an APAC candidate. And I was going to run against him. So like they're just trying to buy off as many black faces as they can, yes, even using black messengers to buy out this election. To on behalf of a genocidal pariah state.
It's actually something
it's disgusting, right? And especially as a black man, Wesley Bell is down I-70. We saw that. I mean, it is to weaponize the black struggle on behalf of an apartheid state. And for folks supposedly in the opposition party who support that. So you don't want Jim Crow here at home, but you can be Jim Woke when it comes to a genocide and apartheid in Israel. Make that make sense. And so my point of all that, as I get worked up because it makes me so mad, my point of all that is this game is rigged for us to fail at every level. They want you to have a bunch of money. They want you to be old and white. I mean, even little things like traveling to Jefferson City, our capital, when you file, you've got to go there to do it. Well, if I don't have time because I got to go to work, but also I want to represent my community, I'm not going to be able to do it. And so these barriers of entry at every level, including, of course, the money of it all. So we're going to get in there, Rep. Cori Bush and I are going to make sure that we lead the charge to get rid of Citizens United. What are we doing here?
I feel your passion, and whenever I get the opportunity to speak to a group of people that are like-minded, I am overflowing with energy as well, and I'm glad to see a kindred spirit because we have so many things that we can fix. I think you and I are lucky because we know that. Yeah. We know how much better lives could be if the right people, if the right movements gain power. This country has incredible wealth. Donald Trump is going and saying, I want $200 billion to do a war in Iran. With that $200 billion, we could pay for free college for all. No tuition at any public university. Yep. No tuition at any historically black college or university combined. That only costs around $60 billion a year. We could have free childcare, universal childcare. We could have all sorts of programs that are within our grasp, but our money is being stolen for wars and for tax cuts on the rich. And so when I see a politician like you who has faith in the people, we have that revolutionary optimism. We just need the resources and we need the support from all the people watching in order to make it happen. And I want you to know that people power has won in the past. This isn't some new idea. We just need to remind ourselves of the power that we have. So thank you so much, man.
We're on stolen land, man. Look at how, you talked about the fighting back struggle. I'm not unique. We are a part of this radical tradition, indigenous folks who fought back on stolen land that we took. I'm living on stolen land as we speak. We had slaves who fought back, who were brought here in chains, abolitionists who won, suffragettes who won, the labor unions that got us the protections we have that they're trying to take away, the feminist movement. Our civil rights era, our LGBTQ folks who fought back when Reagan said that they are subhuman. All this is to be said. This is not this is not some faraway idea. This is who we are. Even in Missouri, just like let's talk about how we expanded minimum wage, how we guaranteed sick leave, how we got rid of right to work. And then what did the Republicans do at our state house? They got rid of it. They're trying to get rid of our abortion that we codified as we speak. So
progress is a continual process.
It's a continual process, I mean? And we keep winning. And I know we are, because wins generate more wins, and that's how winning is done. We organize, we fight, and we win. Because you know what? There is a fine line between cynicism and nihilism. Because once you read that nihilism part, I don't know if I can get you again. And we got to make sure our folks realize that that better world is possible, right? Dr. King said, I've been to the mountaintop. You know, he had seen the promised land. Well, we all, every single one of us, need to reach that summit and see that the better world is possible. And if I can help do that as an elected who is part of a movement, then, you know, we're going to see that brighter day. Absolutely.
I think one of the things that I really like about your campaign is that you are running unapologetically for reparations for the descendants of American slavery. But your program is not just focused on kind of a libertarian cash payment only. It's really about rectifying past wrongs by investing in the institutions that will create prosperity and freedom for generations to come. So we take, so you're using a historical wrong that was done to American descendants of slaves and slaves, and you're using that as an opportunity to invest in a society that will benefit everyone, which is, I think, a perfect example of what makes the left and the causes we believe in so important for the future. It is like rectifying the past makes a better future. It isn't just taking from one group and giving to the other. It's about fixing, healing the wound, you know, drawing out the blade and healing the wound makes us all stronger for the challenges of the future. So I wanted to thank you for being unapologetic about.
And can I tell you something?
Yeah, go ahead.
That was something that when we moved and decided we're going to stay in this race, once the gerrymandering was signed into law, and it is, you know, because of the Missouri Supreme Court, it's going to be here, barring a citizen referendum. But the question was asked, like, hey, do you maybe want to, you know, you got rural America now, do you maybe want to pull it off the website? And I said, no, like, this is not, like, I August 4th is our primary, and we're going to win it. I absolutely expect that. But if we lose because of our reparations platform that says we need to make this country whole, we were built on the backs of slaves brought here in chains. You know, again, I talk about the ancestors, not just the ones who made it, but also those who chose the sea, who are also heroes. We need to make amends for them as well. And I am unapologetic in that. And if I lose the primary because of that platform, then I'll go apply at, I don't know, FedEx or something the next day and get back to work and go organize with my city. But I think that's a fair argument to present. You know, we're making whole. Biden said make whole the soul, and then that's maybe actually do that.
I think one of the problems that we have in any of these conversations is that Americans have been inculcated in an austerity mentality for the people, right? Which they think if we do reparations for slavery, that's going to mean my community is impoverished. My family gets money taken away.
It's a neoliberal mindset, man.
Exactly. Yep. And the reality is that that's not what it's about. It's about redesigning our society to be one that erases those inequities. Right. And it is about justice, not retribution. Some groups are going to have to pay. Those groups are the corporations that profited from slavery that still exist.
Louder for the folks in the back. Let's go.
It's going to be the capitalists who profited from. And I'm sorry, if you've got a job, you're not a capitalist. OK, this is a class of people that exists and profits from ownership. You're not in that class. OK, if you're having a conversation about politics, you are not in that class. They buy their politicians with their checkbook. They don't bother engaging in discourse. And so That is, so I just think that your campaign is great. And I think being unapologetic and standing on business is important, because if you teach people, if you start acting like you're caught, if you start acting, a little ashamed of yourself, people are going to think you're a fake. You have the opportunity. So I want to thank you for being bold and unapologetic on all these issues. All right, Chad, where are we at with the fundraising? What are we at right now? Someone give me an update. Well, we're okay. So we're over 8K. If we get to 10K.
Oh my gosh. What? Y'all this is truly incredible, man.
If we get to 10K, then I'll throw another 250 in.
Woo.
Okay? So I'll do 750.
Oh, my team is going to be so happy for you know what? I might even be able to get a lunch today. This is really a special moment, man.
Yeah, this is amazing. All right. Let's see. The other issue that I really wanted to talk to you about is near and dear to all of our hearts on the Central Committee, which you mentioned earlier, but it is trans rights and the way that the Democratic Party establishment is trying to kind of throw trans people under the bus or adopt the Republican framing about queer people. What is your position on queer issues, and how do you respond to those people in your own party who are saying, well, we should throw trans people under the bus?
I would respond to them to get out. You have no place in my party. We don't want to talk about big tents. You also not going to be in it then. I refuse to throw our trans community, our LGBTQ plus folks ever under a bus. I mean, this is just what we have seen the establishment do is a level of disgusting and a level of politics, honestly. That is what makes everything about this so much of a reason why our folks just don't want to engage, right? And so I also want to definitely say that when we talk about saying trans lives matter, that's not just showing up at Pride. It also means that we need to champion universal health care, because I want my universal health care to include gender affirming care. I'm going to fight for that. And I know that is going to be a fight that is going to be, we're going to have to get the knives out, but I'll bring my lightsaber then, because I am very much, this is core to who I am, free and fed. You are not free if you are not the person who you know that you are. And you're also not fed if you're being discriminated against because of who you are. So I will never, ever shy away. We're going to make sure we get the Equality Act signed, but also we need to strengthen protections. And again, we need to start talking about including gender affirming care in a universal health care plan.
Yeah, no, I agree completely. One of the reasons why I was so excited to support, Bernie Sanders' 2020 Medicare for All, and this is something that I feel like we failed to explain to people, that the Medicare for All is not just, keeping the Medicare we have now and then expanding it to everyone. It is a intersectionally aware socialist single payer program.
Yes.
Okay. Which means, it's part of the reparations plan. This is what people don't understand about this. And, so sometimes I get bad faith liberals who are opposed to us, and they're like, they want Medicare for all, but they don't want to fix the problems of inequity with, healthcare for, marginalized groups. And that's literally just a lie.
You're talking about the Hillary Clinton quote.
Hillary Clinton people.
I know exactly the quote you're talking about.
Yeah, they're lying. Yeah. They're lying.
They're lying. They are lying to you, and they are lying to you on behalf of their donors and big pharma and insurance companies. They are lying to you, and again, it is part circling back to that APAC conversation. It is weaponizing identity politics. It is weaponizing our personal experiences. I am somebody who talk about the establishment that, let's not do identity politics. Identity politics is just your life. It's actually a roadmap. If you're asking me, if we talk about expanding our tent, we should use the identity politics to make sure we are talking to our folks and bringing them in and showing the collectivism. We are shadow boxing so many right-wing conceptions, from trans issues or LGBT issues in general to the border. We want a lethal military force, is said by the Democrat nominee. That's unbelievable. Like, let's campaign with Liz Cheney. What are
we doing?
So not only is this capitulation insulting and embarrassing, it is also a loser. And I am sick of being associated with a bunch of losers. If I'm going to be completely honest with you.
I completely agree with you. And I want to get your thoughts on that, which you brought up identity. And sometimes people, I, as a white, straight, cis man, obviously people are surprised when we in this community, we talk about this stuff as being important. And it comes from my experience as an organizer for over 10 years. Is I think that the best way to approach politics is to be where people are at and have representatives that are in touch with the community establish trust. And for immigrant communities who are fighting back against ICE, their identity as an immigrant is the most important identity for them. And every socialist organizer needs to be aware of that and be able to speak to them, not lecture them about some other consciousness that we're trying to force on them. It is to tailor our message to be relevant. And I think that is the type of identity politics that I want, which is like, if I go into a black community or I go to an immigrant community, socialists should be able to speak to them in a way that is relevant to themselves.
The difference is, are you using your I'm a cis black man, which is its own challenges, but also it is a form of privilege too, right? So how can we as allies, it's the fine line between when an ICE raid shows up, are you going to throw a rally in your community and not talk to any of our folks actually affected? This happened recently, right? We had some really well-intended white allies, good folks who wanted to do a big activation in my neighborhood, which is the historic Latino community here in town. If they would have asked our folks here on the ground, they would say, why would you bring that attention here to our neighborhoods when you could have, I don't know, been attending a Know Your Rights training put on by the group that is most connected to the community, right, named AIR, doing the work already. You know what I mean? It is, and it's,
but that's what leaders like you are. And by the way, this is why leaders like you are so important, because you could facilitate that. Right?
Absolutely.
Like, because your credibility, when you go to a white ally group and you're like, you need to work with this people. That's why having someone like you elected is so important, because you can take well-intentioned wine moms from the suburbs, and they're an important part of the movement. I think everybody likes to laugh at them, but every successful organizing group I've ever been that won a campaign was built on the backs of a lot of wine moms of all backgrounds, that were showing up and they were doing the work. And so I don't like the kind of misogynistic undertones of insulting them, because I think that's wrong, and it shows that you're not doing the real work. So
I mean, I got wine moms who have thrown, some events for me who are saying defund ICE, abolish ICE. And I'm like, okay, yes, not only am I down and I'm going to encourage that, what if I also sprinkle in this idea that, why do we have a Department of Homeland Security? It's like, let's actually have that bigger conversation, right? It's more of like Department of Domestic Terrorism, to be honest with you.
It was started by Bush. It's young.
Started by Bush. Yes, it is. Yes.
It's young. It's not that old. I'm much older than the Department of Homeland Security, so let's get rid of it.
Same, and that doesn't mean, and so like, you want to talk about government inefficiency, it's
Exactly.
the DHS, and none of that means that doesn't mean at all, because I every week I spend time with our government employees here. We have a solidarity happy hour. It is one of the best moments of my week. We're not going to get rid of anybody. We're going to just cut through an institution that is rooted in surveillance of American citizens, in covert action overseas, right? I mean, it's not a bad branch. The tree is rotten. And so if you think that ICE was the branch, and I can tell you that how much this soil and the tree ain't no good, then I just got a new comrade, right? And
Exactly.
and maybe she's gonna be bringing the oranges at halftime. You know what I mean? But then she's gonna go to a DSA meeting the next day, and I think that's awesome.
All right. Well, thank you. I could agree more, and I'm super excited. You're exactly the type of candidate that we love to support here. Chat, I think we are very close to the 10K. What are we at right now? Somebody give us a report.
Wow,
give us a report. And obviously, listen, like, I have been doing a lot of campaigning lately, so I just want you to know, what is your primary?
Primary is August 4th. So
okay, so we got some time.
Exactly, we got a little bit of time.
So what we'll do is, chat, we are at 9469.
Oh my God. What?
So if we can get another 500 and some change, and that I'll basically do another 250. So your money, every dollar you give right now is really $1.50. You're getting a match from Mike from PA, basically. So
look at that.
Get in there, open that.
Is that Keynesian, Mike? I don't know what that.
I don't know that it's Keynesian, but it is. You know, listen, I'm trying to get my money to go further. You know, I just want to look better. That's it. Okay, let's see.
Did somebody say look better? Did somebody say look better? You can find these at heartsforcongress.com.
Yeah, we got merch as well. Here, I'll click over to it. Hopefully it doesn't completely dox me. All right.
All union made, and it's all dope as hell.
Hell yeah. So we've got yard signs, stickers, we got some hoodies, we got some, I like the black sweatshirt.
Thank you.
Or is that blue? Is it navy?
It's a navy blue.
It's navy. Okay.
It depends on your screen though. It's okay.
Yeah, it's navy.
Is it navy? Is it navy or is it gold?
It's navy. It's navy. Yeah, it's navy. We got it. I can see. All right. Well, let's see. Is there any calls to action that you want to give people that maybe they don't have any money, but they got free time and they would love to volunteer for your campaign, both locally and nationally? Where can they spend some of their time?
Yeah, for sure. So we got a volunteer tab on the website. So that's heartsforcongress.com, FOR. And also we just launched our Discord server. So we're going to have a campaign Discord where we're just going to be hanging out and sharing ideas. If people want to volunteer that way, there'll be days, like all the days, where I'll be in there just hanging out, making calls. And so if you want to just pop in and say hi and just kick it for a little bit, we want this to be the most accessible campaign. I don't come from a movement. I come with a movement, to quote Eugene Debs, right? And so everything about our campaign, we support local. I want to amplify for as much time as I can. Hopefully a lot of time. Hopefully not just up until the 4th. Hopefully we'll do it for a whole term. But as long as I have a chance to have a platform, I'm bringing our folks with us. And I want to make sure that it's inviting, but also it's for you. It's us. So volunteer tab on the website, but definitely the Discord. I don't know what those links are because
I just spam the Discord link. So we have the Discord link. I'm gonna also send the volunteer form, which is a Google Doc.
Yeah, just a doc.
I will send that in the chat right now. So if you don't have any money, I'm sorry for begging for money, chat, so much, but I want to make sure that everybody understands that we have somebody here with the charisma and the leadership instincts that, you know, could go a long way. And I understand gerrymandering is tough. I ran in a gerrymandered seat myself many, many years ago. So
hey, this is good though. Let me make one last plug and maybe we can grab some more folks. This is, you know, when you gerrymander, somebody's got to fall on their sword. You know, Mike, you know this, right? And so they cut Kansas City into 3. Again, war, assault on working class. But in our districts, you know, we came out better than most. So what was an R plus 40 for Mark Alford, our incumbent, has now become an R plus 15 to 18.
Which is definitely winnable because the districts are suppressed and there's a huge wave of energy that's against. And I feel like there's going to be races like this that are going to sneak under the radar. So
Democrats are overperforming plus 15 right here. So we're already within the margin.
Exactly.
And get this, we are still in the biggest county. Jackson County, even the new maps, is the biggest of this district. Turnout in a presidential year was down 34%. Which is like the bar is hell and somehow we got worse, right? And so we're going to match that, exceed it. I mean, this is the first time that there's ever been a real candidate who actually gives a damn about putting the people first. I'm going to give our folks, our movement is going to give our folks a reason to vote. And all of a sudden, we're not in the margin. We just became the front runners. And like, we're there, folks. We just need help getting there because our campaign is ready. I think that there's a lot of cracks in the glass, and we're about to bust through. I really do.
Multi-pronged angles of attack right now that I'm receiving. So, there's going to be people, I guess, that come from all different backgrounds and different ideologies that have issues with what I have to say. All I ask of you, and I used to say this a lot more frequently, but all I ask of you is just to be charitable, just to hear me out. You're not a baby. You're a man. You're an adult. You have the capabilities of critical thinking. So I will only ask of you this one thing. Just tune in for a little bit and try to hear me out. Try to listen to what I have to say. Try to be charitable. Okay? That's it. And, you might be surprised with what you find. In any case, let's get to the news. There's a lot going on in the world, obviously. We are about to see levels of Hosborough we've never seen before. I mean, we're already seeing it. We're already seeing it. It's a targeted hit job for sure. They're trying to discredit you with normie politics before 2028. Yeah, but it doesn't really matter because my collaborations with politicians don't actually help me. My collaborations with politicians help them. That's why they want to collaborate with me, regardless of how much Third Way or AIPAC or numerous other groups will launch unlimited amounts of money and attack ads against the people that I link up with. My dad says you're a hypocrite because you make money. I told him it's like if you care about the earth and the future, why do you drive a car instead of walking 4 hours to work? Is a system we need to change? Yes. It's a good counter, chatter. Good job. Collab with Francesca Hong in Wisconsin, please. She's winning now. No, I will be. I don't know why we haven't. I don't know why we have not actually set it up yet. I'll ask my team. It's the same vague posting attempt tying anti-Zionism to anti-Semitism. Yeah. Yeah. What do I do with my friends who only seem to mention or care about you when you buy a house, buy a car, your dog gets hurt, etc.? Tell them exactly what I just said. Tell them to watch for a little bit with charitability. There are always going to be, don't say get better friends, guys. There are a lot of people who are just like not tuned into anything. They just like look at drama and think that they're learning about politics from the lens of drama. It's very frustrating, but it's just the reality. So we have to work within that reality. Right? You can't organize against the base that you desire. You have to organize with the base that you have. If you want to do mass politics, you have to meet where the masses are at. Anyway. Why did she do this? Is this about there's two polls that came out in the Michigan Senate race. You guys already know my boy Abdul El-Sayed, Dr. Abdul El-Sayed is running. And unfortunately, there hasn't been a lot of media attention to this very important swing state Senate race. You have Mallory McMorrow, Haley Stevens, and Abdul El-Sayed. Now, what's interesting about this is that Mallory McMorrow, who's been endorsed by Elizabeth Warren already, is somewhat of a like liberal Zionist Elizabeth Warrenite type, right? Whereas Dr. Abdul El-Sayed is our guy. He's the left flank candidate. We don't align 100% on issues, but we align on issues that matter quite a bit, both on the domestic stuff and the way he communicates, and certainly on foreign policy as well. Dr. El-Sayed has the Bernie endorsement. right? I think it's been especially cruel that they focused on you out of 600 activists and turned the coverage into you staying at a 5-star hotel, etc., rather than the plight of the Cuban people under the blockade. I know it's very, very, it's very disgusting. It's very cynical, and I hate it. But there's not much I could do. So there's 2 polls that came out. There's 2 polls that came out. Now, Mallory McMorrow and Haley Stevens are not anti-Zionist. As a matter of fact, Haley Stevens is the AIPAC candidate in this race. Haley Stevens also was the candidate that released this poll, internal poll. Now, internal polls are oftentimes very favorable to the candidate that releases it, right? However, what was interesting about this internal poll that came out showed Haley Stevens at 28%, Mallory McMorrow at 25%, and Abdul El Sayed at 26%. The race is neck and neck. These numbers, and there's 21% that's unsure, right? So the race currently is neck and neck. It's within the margin of error. So it could go in either direction. And unfortunately, I mean, the positive outlook here is that given how little people know about the candidates, I would say that both McMorrow and El Sayed are in the progressive Israel skeptic to anti-Zionist camp, right? Even though Abdul El Sayed is more earnest on that front, obviously. And what's interesting about it, what's interesting about this process, I would say, is that there is definitely a market for the old boomers, it seems, that are deluded into thinking that AIPAC-backed candidate Haley Stevens is good. Now, what's interesting also about this is the fact that this own internal poll that they released shows that on the informed ballot, when people learn about the positions and background of each individual candidate, Dr. Abdul El Sayed gets up to 38%. Haley Stevens is at 35%, and Mallory McMorrow is at 22%. This is good. Now, Mallory has also submitted her position papers to AIPAC. You do that because you want either AIPAC donations or you want to show AIPAC that you're not a threat. So she is definitely pro-Israel. She is, however, trying to present herself as an anti-Israel candidate because, let's be real, you kind of have to do that because we won, right? As far as the argument goes in the United States of America, in the Western world, by and large, we won that argument. The truth has prevailed. You can no longer, in most races, run as a pro-Israel candidate, and many pro-Israel candidates don't talk about Israel at all, including candidates that get funded by AIPAC. AIPAC never runs ads about Israel at all. It's always about other things, depending on which primary we're talking about. It's always specific, primary-specific races or ads that they're running. It's also always subsidiaries that don't have the name Israel in them at all. It'll be like in Illinois 9, as we saw, that race got $20 million in AIPAC expenditure. Overall, the Illinois races did. In the Democratic Party primaries is a crazy number. And the groups that were funding certain candidates or attacking certain candidates were called Elect Chicago Women. It was actually AIPAC, but it was called Elect Chicago Women because AIPAC understands how unpopular Israel actually is. They're not in the business of truly advocating and changing people's minds at this point. They're in the business of manipulating the population into making wrong decisions, making decisions that don't correspond to their morality, making decisions that don't actually benefit them. This is how lobbying works. AIPAC is not alone in this. Obviously, every single major corporate lobby does this exact same thing. right? It's deception. It's deception. That's all this is, right? And the worry here with Abdul's race, and that's why I have the donation link up right now, and I'm going to be stumping with him for the first time ever, is that AIPAC is going to spend, because it's a Senate race, AIPAC's probably going to spend around $20 million. This is what they do. So they're very right-wing. I mean, they're far right. We already know that Israel is a Nazi country, and AIPAC is not shy about working with American fascists. As a matter of fact, they love working with American fascists. So what AIPAC usually does is they spend against all the anti-Israel candidates, and then oftentimes they are actually getting funding from Republican donors too, like Republican billionaire mega donors are funding AIPAC to go and spend a lot of money, basically unlimited money, in these races against the left flank candidates who happen to be anti-Zionist. And then if that fails, they'll turn around and they'll fund the Republican. This is part of the reason why it's very difficult, very, very difficult to get honest anti-Israel voices elected into Congress. Okay? This is also part of the reason why I'm a little bit more charitable with congresspersons than the average Hassanabi head in this chat that will oftentimes yell and won't grade politicians on a curve, right? It's a healthy attitude to have, to be critical about our electeds and to ensure that they represent our interests, but you also have to look at the larger agenda. You have to think about how difficult it is to overcome certain financial burdens, right? So you have to be a little bit more nuanced. But yeah, I suspect that in the midterms and certainly in 2028, you will hear from a lot of candidates who say, yeah, you know, I got AIPAC money for like a decade, but I just didn't know how bad Israel was. They're going to do that. So get ready for that. But this is also part of the reason why I keep repeating that AIPAC is not the end-all be-all, okay? What matters is what the candidate's opinions are. What matters is the candidate's background. What matters is what they are willing to say. Okay, so this is not necessarily a bad thing that people are aware of AIPAC and it's become a toxic brand. But what's more important is not that a candidate says, oh, I hate AIPAC. What's more important is that a candidate says, I will make Israel stop. Okay? Israel relies on unlimited donations from our tax dollars to both defend themselves, which is, you know, fungible expenditure. So that goes into offensive capabilities as well. That goes into them funding their own healthcare initiatives, something that we don't offer to our citizens here. I will stop that. No more unconditional aid to Israel. A lot of these candidates won't say Israel has done a genocide. A lot of these candidates won't say Israel is an apartheid. These things are true, and candidates should say them. So simply claiming that you're not going to take AIPAC donations or whatever is not enough. Pisreal, all these people you get behind will vote for Iron Dome money and defense weapons. Get fucking real, man. All right, brother. You're charitable because you're a Democrat lib. Just be honest. Vote blue no matter who, but make it DSA members. Hey, man. If you find an opportunity to offer material support to Hamas, you know, let me know. Okay. Do you got a route there? What's your suggestion? Oh, that's right. You have no suggestion. It sucks that these are the cards that we are dealt. And I will continue to apply pressure to candidates. Don't address my point. Do you think I'm in favor of giving Israel defensive weapons? Or have I not made it clear what my stance is while you were typing that out? I did address your point. I addressed the point before you actually made your point. Okay? If you get behind the people who then, yeah, there's a distinction without a difference. Wait, what? Okay, whatever. I want to invent my own basis on, stop dismantling my delusion. I don't think the base is necessarily far off from not making the distinction between defensive and offensive weapons. This distinction is not being made by the majority of people. And I don't even care if the distinction is being made by the majority of people and they're demanding that Israel continue getting defensive weapons because we must defend them. I don't care because it's ridiculous, right? My job is to educate people and help them understand that all of the defensive expenditures are ways in which Israel can be more violent. You would not offer anti-aircraft artillery or anti-aircraft weapons to Nazi Germany. You don't even want to give anti-aircraft weapons to the Palestinians, and they certainly deserve it. They honestly do deserve it. They should get anti-aircraft weapons. There's one country and one group of people that I'm in favor of offering defenses to. It's the Palestinians. It's the Lebanese population. Yeah. What is this? I admire Hassan Piker because he broadcasts to 11 billion streamers for 1 million hours a day and also has the entire DNC establishment constantly saying the worst things about him nonstop and still hasn't gone insane. If one person is mean to me, I mope for a week. He crashes out daily over his own chat, but yeah, sure. Okay, buddy. Yeah, I will be honest. I am insane already. That's why I can do it. I've received a ton of hate on this site, sometimes coordinated, but I don't think I could withstand the combined attack of GOP, DNC, and the Manhattan Institute, Hasbro, the Mossad, CBS, New York Times, Wall Street Journal, Free Press, Fox News, CIA, and all the other think tanks, slime, and internet grifters combined. They wouldn't be coming after someone so hard if they weren't feeling threatened. This might be the biggest attempted media takedown I've ever seen, especially against someone who isn't a politician. I mean, yeah, the reality of the matter is this, okay? I will always have thick skin, and you should too. But remember, the reason why they're doing that is because I am a fairly sizable megaphone for you, okay, for your opinions. Yes, I do engage in advocacy. Yes, I try to educate people. But the reality of the matter is, at the end of the day, there are a lot of people who have these opinions. I'm just helping them. I am helping people like you in this audience and whoever actually tunes in and is charitable enough to understand what I'm saying or listen to what I'm saying without immediately getting mad. I'm giving you the tools to be able to better communicate your opinions, your worldview. I think a big part of the reason why people are frustrated is also because, and the reason why they're doing this to Abdul El-Sayed is because they don't want the Zoran thing to happen. Okay? Yeah. They don't want the Zoran thing to happen with Abdul El-Sayed. They hate, like, a lot of these people that are fake nice to Zoran fucking do not want this to happen ever again, okay? They do not want another Muslim anti-Zionist candidate who will advocate for decoupling from Israel, who will advocate for Medicare for all, who will advocate to abolish ICE. They do not want, especially in the Senate, they do not want that to happen, okay? And it's really interesting because I keep reiterating this point over and over again. I'm just one person, right? I'm a place where people congregate, like-minded people, but I'm just one guy. I'm not like hypnotizing people into arriving at these conclusions. I think they think I'm like single-handedly doing this stuff. I'm not. I think my impact is very limited. These guys think I have a lot more impact than I actually do. I find it very strange that they behave like this. Hold on. So, like, if you were to successfully deplatform me or kill me or whatever, right? Okay, I go away. But someone else is going to inevitably take my place. You take them out, someone else is going to take their place. Because this anger and this resentment is not going to go away because it's real. It's real. It's not fake. Your largest impact on the Zoran campaign was that you had a bunch of people who watched you end up canvassing or working for him, not changing people's minds yourself. Yeah, absolutely. I am not capable of single-handedly changing the outcome of races. I mean, and sometimes even if a candidate is doing their very best, they can still, even if I support them,
I think
still
like
lose, right? I mean,
still
Gonzalez
undercuts
is a
himself
great
here
example of
because
this. Like, I think overall,
what the
most people
chatter
didn't care
said
about
was
her,
like
foreign
true, and it's like a
policy,
point that I'm not sure he
papers
like
at all. They didn't
understands.
care
It's
about
trying to
that,
be
but
made here
at
or
the end of
not.
the day, she got
But
very close.
the
and it was
point
brilliant.
is
It
that
was awesome.
it's not that
The fact
Hassan
that
like
she was,
himself
so
literally like
close to
through
seizing
money
victory against the
or like
candidate,
advocacy
Daniel Biss,
got
that
Zoran in
pretty
office,
much
but rather that
all of the endorsements that you need to get from
people
the Congressional
found
Progressive
Zoran
Caucus
through Hassan, and that
local
built
electeds.
grassroots momentum.
And
Like a
Cal
volunteer
Ghazali
that
was able to
volunteered for
defeat
Zoran
so
in
many
like
other
January
candidates,
because he
including a
found
candidate in
Zoran
that race as
through
well.
Hassan's stream
At the
in
age of
January
26 with
for like the
no
next
experience
5
whatsoever.
months. Like
First
think of how
campaign,
much volunteering
I think
time
that
that is.
was
That's a lot
a testament to the
of
fact
work.
that one,
Think of
I
how many
can't
people
single-handedly
that
change the
person
outcome of a race,
convinced
right? I think
to
we found
volunteer
that
as
out.
well,
But
who don't
two,
watch Hassan's stream
we
or
can
do.
give a pretty
Right? Like
solid push, pretty reliable
an
push
organizer who
to
you can
candidates.
convince to organize early
She got within the margin of error and
becomes a
that's still fantastic.
snowflake on the snowball
But obviously,
later. Right? And so that's why I think Hassan still
there's
downplays
always
like
going to be
his effectiveness. Now, how much
there's
was
always
it? I
gonna
don't
be
know.
hurdles to overcome.
But I think he still downplays
So-
his effectiveness because, while it's true, it's not like him literally through his own effort, like directly
Bernie and
100%,
AOC and all the
like,
progressives need to endorse Abdul now.
getting
Bernie
a
has
plus
already
5% or
endorsed
so, whatever.
Abdul
It's
Al-Sayed
that
was, early.
The work that he
early Bernie
does
endorsement.
adds 0.1% today,
But yeah,
and that
they
0.1% adds
genuinely don't
0.1%
want
tomorrow.
this to happen, okay?
And
I'll
that
just-
0.2%
I'll be very real
adds
with you. I think a
0.2% over
lot
the next
of
week.
establishment
Right, it's like a
Democrats are
growing
terrified
thing,
of a
and
guy
then
like
he
this
covers it again. He
winning
adds another
the
1%,
Senate race.
so it's now a
What I wanna
0.7%.
say
That makes it a
today,
0.8%.
in accordance with the fact
So now
that
it's,
we love
you
that
know,
in New York City
so
you're
on and
gonna
so
hear
forth,
from
right?
everybody.
It's a snowball effect.
It
We're
wouldn't-
like
it
covering
wouldn't
over
be our
time, a
city
little
if
bit
there
over a
wasn't
little bit.
somebody on the
You're
block.
adding on to momentum that grows to something much
I
bigger.
want that man to be able to afford to keep living in New York City. Because the day
You know what I
that
mean?
I don't hear him yelling at me, it means
and
he
so,
got
like,
priced out of
his-
this place. And I don't want that.
It's kind of
I
a
don't
thing
want
where it's
that
like,
for him. I
yes,
don't want
he
that
might
for
have only
anybody in
added
this city. We
0.5%
need to make this a city where
over
it's
the entire
affordable
campaign or
enough
something
to
like that.
yell at your
But the
politicians.
snowball effect created from that
If it's not that
0.5%
city,
might
it's
have
not the
been
city I want to live in.
2.5%.
I love how he just like brings everything back to the affordability
Right.
agenda.
And so the question is whether or
I
not
mean, he's
does
brilliant.
what the
He
chatters are
has-
kind of talking about
right,
is saying,
it's a
hey,
perfect situation, right? Like the stars
like,
align. He's
sure, you
is,
personally added
conniving,
only 0.5%, but you're
which you kinda
responsible
need
for
to be.
2.5%.
He knows how to play
Right.
politics.
Your
which you
effectiveness was
definitely need to
2.5%.
do.
That's kind of the
He
point.
has great constituent services, fantastic. He has the ideological background, and it works. And it works in a way where it boosts the profile of the DSA. And you need guys like this. I want to put Zoran Mamdani's in every seat, even if at certain points conniving is not the right word, but I get you. No, I think it is. I use that word on purpose. He can be. He is cunning, but he can be conniving too. I use that word on purpose. Anyway. If what you said were true, they'd be doing it now. What is this? I'm confused. Yeah, he's got Riz. He's got Riz. And you need to have Riz. You definitely need to have Riz. Look up conniving or sure doing something immoral, illegal, or harmful. Yes, he can do something. He has tact, but I will say he will shank people too if necessary, and you kind of have to be like that. That's my point. I wanted to use a negative term. Okay, guys, stop hanging off. He's just...
Let's be clear about it. So let this be a city where we have this, where we worry about, are the Knicks going to win the championship? Or we ask ourselves, why is a $9 latte $9? Let this not be a city where we ask ourselves, is government doing enough to build affordable housing as quickly as it can? Today starts to answer that final question. Thank you so much.
So yeah, he is singularly invested in being a movement guy and doing sewer socialism, doing good constituent services, leaning into the promises that he made, and show anyone around the world, if not certainly around the United States of America, that like you can have better politicians, you know? That democratic socialism isn't scary, right? So yeah, he's Machiavellian. It's a better word to use there. Yeah. Carl Beyer says, I usually push back on this kind of allegation, but the sheer scale of these attacks on Hassan, the timing, and actors involved all point directly to coordination, and it would probably be a good idea to keep track of who participated. Stacey K, that's right. We should all put them on a list, and they'll all be dealt with as soon as the glorious revolution starts. It's so funny that you think you can scandalize the act of making a list in the age of big data. Do not trust Hassan Piker. He's likely a well-paid by right-wing billionaires division agent whose purpose is to divide the left so Republicans win. He does nothing but harm Democrats by design. It seems like you're the one being divisive here. You know? Michael Brooks, rest in power, had it the right way. We got to be more Machiavellian. I think so, too. I think it serves us well. Yeah, Tim Miller is doing this to another one of my candidates, just like he did to Zoran. He's now doing it to Abdul El-Sayed as well. You know, this is another thing that makes me look a little side-eye. But again, Tim is doing something in this circumstance that the overwhelming majority of, like, he is not criticizing Dr. Abdul El-Sayed's statement here. He's criticizing 90% of Americans at this point, right? Because when Dr. El-Sayed quote retweeted the price of gas has jumped in Lansing and said, thank an AIPAC bought politician, he's literally doing populism, okay? He is doing the right thing. That's good campaigning. That's good messaging, okay? Anyone that side-eyes this kind of stuff to claim that this is in any way, shape, or form anti-Semitic is ridiculous. I think out of all of the like centrist, right-wing, think tank adjacent, think tank backed spokespersons who have now embedded themselves in the Democratic Party, I think Tim is probably one of the nicer individuals, but he does actually do this kind of thing all the time in moments that matter, right? In moments that matter. So, you know, he did this with Zoran, the whole why don't you condemn, globalize the intifada was Tim Miller's line. And it was massively consequential, in my opinion. Not consequential because it actually harmed Zoran, but consequential because I think it changed the way Zoran communicates about certain things. His initial response was very good. His initial response to that question was really, really good, right? He said, intifada is an Arabic word, and you're afraid of an Arabic word. The Holocaust Museum in Arabic will say the Warsaw Ghetto Intifada. It just means uprising. That's all this is. It's correct. It was the truth. You should never stop saying the truth. That's my number one principle, okay? Oh, thank you. That's my number one value. That's what I always advocate for, and I will continue advocating for that. You have to always say the truth. It's the least you can do, okay? And unfortunately, Zoran actually backed away from that, if you guys recall, and ever since then, his communications on this issue have been very... like, he just has too many concessions, in my opinion, especially considering the fact that his no holds barred attitude towards leaning into towards saying anything positive about Israel whatsoever, when people kept asking over and over again, is what led him to win the primaries, right? Very crowded field. A lot of people looked at Zoran a different way. We should not allow never-Trumpers in the left. If you want to be on the left, accept it the way it is. People like Tim Miller want to have status quo at Dem Party and the definition of a modern Republican, if we're honest. No, I agree 100%. I agree. I was just saying he's not as demonic as the rest of the demons. He's still a demon, though, you know? The idea that decades of Israel lobby pressure on Iran had no direct influence and so can't be blamed for this war is ridiculous. They didn't directly convince Trump to go to war, but they had a long-term structural impact shaping the environment in which decisions are made. Yes. And in this circumstance, I actually say, as many other people who look at this, with a critical lens, will openly admit that this time it's a little bit different. Some people will say Iraq. We went to Iraq because of Israel. I don't agree. I think Israel played a role in American foreign policy, as it always does. But that decision was still ultimately in the hands and was pushed by people with a vested interest in dominating Iraq and piecing up their oil fields that were previously in the hands of the Iraqi state. Okay? Israel maybe played like 15 to 25% role in agitating and urging to go to war in Iraq. However, in Iran, it's a little different. It's a little different, and I think it's important to notice that it's a little different because when the environment changes, you have to adapt. When the environment changes, you can't turn around and act as though, the previous information that you had, your previous analysis is still correct in every single situation. I have often said that Israel got into the driver's seat after Trump won, directing our Middle Eastern foreign policy, and Joe Biden never actually changed that reality. He leaned into it as well. And Donald Trump, in his second term, has accelerated that. But to say that we bombed Iran all on our own and no other president or every other president would have done the same thing, presidents after would have done the same thing, is bullshit. It's complete, utter nonsense. Israel tilted the scales. Now, is Donald Trump responsible for this? Of course he is. He's the one who sanctioned it. He's the one who signed off on it. Of course he's responsible for every single death. No one is saying that Donald Trump is not responsible. But the idea that we cannot also direct our animosity, if we are upset with the events that are unfolding, direct our animosity at Israel and the Israeli lobby and Israeli lobby-backed candidates is ridiculous. It's totally ridiculous. You'll never catch me saying that George W. Bush was an idiot and therefore the entire global war on terror and the responsibility of it is in the hands of Dick Cheney, because he was the one who was basically anchoring the operations. And George W. Bush was simply just like a mouthpiece, like a dumb guy who was signing off on all this stuff, but he just had no responsibility whatsoever. No, these are bloodthirsty monsters, of war criminals of the highest order. Okay. Two things could be true at the same time. In any case, I do find it very funny that a lot of people are doing this kind of attack on someone like Abdul El-Sayed, but it's a good thing. It's not a bad thing. It's a good thing. And the reason why it's a good thing is because this isn't 2016 anymore. This isn't 2017 anymore, right? This is 2026. And this attitude is the popular attitude. So all that you do when you try to scold people, this is another thing that makes me look at it as a side eye, like implying that there is like a little bit of anti-Semitism in this statement when there is no anti-Semitism whatsoever in this statement. It's just the truth. I like that because this doesn't actually hurt Dr. Abdul El-Sayed as long as he maintains his courage, because he knows he's on the side of truth and justice on this issue. This actually just shows the rest of the people that Tim Miller's perspective and his analysis it has some blind spots, let's say. The war is not the fault of AIPAC politicians broadly. It's the fault of Trump. You can say Bibi or MBS influenced it, but domestically the person to blame is Trump. Throw in Lindsay if you want. Neera Tanden is also jumping in on the side of AIPAC. Yeah. The only person responsible for this war is Donald Trump. It was his decision and his decision alone. Unclear to me why, and Dem would not be clear about that. Yeah. I don't know why these people are just like landing on these swords. They're just like diving off of, they're diving off of skyscrapers on a bunch of rusty swords, and in the direction of defending Israel. Is very strange. Oh God, they're doing Trump is bad like they do Bibi is bad, not Israel. Yeah. Yeah, guys, you don't understand. It's only Adolf Hitler that was bad. The rest of the Nazis were fine. You know, it's kind of like that. And of course, if you're wondering why Neera Tanden, head of Center for American Progress previously, is diving on this sword, here's a photo of her doing a softball interview with Netanyahu in 2015, an event which caused a scandal because she was so clearly whitewashing his authoritarianism. Right? And Center for American Progress is supposed to be a Democratic Party think tank that is not in the center, but on the left. Now, I say supposed to be because it's not. And I know people that have worked there. There are some wonderful people that have come out of the Center for American Progress, as a matter of fact. And yet, the reality of the matter is, it is yet another one of these Democratic Party think tanks that is center-right. It's that simple. That's why a lot of these guys are chirping. Because these guys, as I said yesterday, when these attack ads started, when these attacks, got some motion, these guys would rather lose over and over again. They do not care about saving democracy. They do not care about winning elections. They certainly don't care about defeating the Republicans. They are singularly focused on maintaining their grip of power, no matter how much that power erodes. As long as there's a couple Democrats that are going to open their doors to these lobbyists, they're fine with that. And they're playing the same role that the Republicans are in many ways. Like the Iran war is a great example of this because both parties, it's bipartisan. Let's be real, right? It's uniparty. Going to war is always uniparty. Maybe there's some exceptions, right? But going to war is something that a lot of Democrats also want to do, especially with Iran. Part of that is because of their ideological zealotry. Part of that is because they have vested interest in continuing to grow defense contractor budgets, right? There's like a lot of corporate sponsorships at play here. Part of that is because they're ideologically committed to Israel. Part of it is because they're worried about the money faucet that Israel represents in American politics turning against them. They don't want that because they'll lose their seat that way, I guess. But yeah, at the end of the day, these people don't care about winning. They don't care about unseating Republicans. And I think the base, first and foremost, despises Republicans. That's why I always say they're closer to me than they are to Center for American Progress, Tim Miller. They're closer to my worldview than they are to the likes of Third Way, because those guys don't care about winning. Those guys do not care about unseating Republicans. They don't care about defeating fascism, right? Many liberals do. Many self-identifying liberals do. Many lifelong Democratic Party voting liberals do. And that's why they're so frustrated with the Democratic Party right now, where the Democratic Party's approval rating is at 70% amongst Democrats, right? That's unheard of. That is genuinely deep problems, a divergence within the base of support and the party itself, especially at a time when Democrats are supposed to be incredibly popular as a counterbalance to the unpopular Trump-led Republican Party. It's that simple. I said this yesterday. The entire Israel First Republican Party is actively coming after me and Abdul El-Sayed today. This kind of outrage, manufacturing, and false smears no longer works. Americans have awakened to the reality that we must stop Israel. There's another thing I also said, but I can't. Where is it? Where did I say it? I can't find it. Anyway. 70%? No, 70. That's really bad. That's 70 for Democrats. Only 70% of Democrats have an approval, a positive opinion of the Democratic Party right now. That's terrible. It should be 90%. It should be 90%. When Trump is president and they all despise Donald Trump, you're supposed to rally against the only other option, right? That's usually how it works. But yeah, A.L. Jacoby's been coming after me. A lot of the classic Hasburists, the outrage manufacturers, have been coming after me pretty aggressively, and they're doing my favorite thing. This is my favorite thing. I've been very clear about this. I hope they continue doing this, where they post things that I'm proud of, things that I'm open about, things that I have said, dunks, if you will, instead of the things that they take out of context. Literally doesn't matter. He can prep with whoever he wants. He can prep with Benny Morris if he wants. There is no what you support terrorism ? No, I don't. I don't support the state of Israel, and I don't support the state of the United States of America. Literally. Like, they're like, oh, he said America's doing terrorism. Yeah, it is. Who? What American supports everything that this government does unconditionally? Yes, I do not support the terrorism that the United States of America contributes to around the world. I've been saying this for the past 10 years, as a matter of fact, and I will continue saying it as long as America keeps waging unjustifiable wars around the world. It's that simple. We wage economic terrorism, as we are currently in Cuba, strangling the island. We engage in imperialism, direct boots on the ground warfare, destabilization all around the world. We kidnapped the head of a sovereign nation, black-bagged him in the middle of the night, killed a bunch of his security detail, flew him out to New York City to put together a mock trial. What can you call that if not terrorism? It's completely ridiculous. We've been bombing fishing boats off the coastline of Venezuela for months and celebrating it. We double-tapped a school in Iran. That's terrorism. To which I replied with, what would you call 2+ years of live-streamed child holocaust if not state-inflicted terrorism? Because that's precisely what it is. I think, once again, honesty is the best policy. Number one, we must seek truth from facts. Number two, honesty is the best policy. Just stand on your principles, say the truth, and eventually people will come to terms with you, okay? They will understand where you are coming from. Can you prove that last one? Double tapping a school? Yes. Were you asleep? Hello? First day in Iran? What did we do? It's literally on the New York Times, on Reuters, on Associated Press. It's unbelievable that you haven't actually encountered this. The government admitted it. The U.S. military confirmed it. As a matter of fact, the only person that still was holding on to the idea that maybe it was Iran that bombed its own school was Donald Trump. It's on video. It's a Tomahawk missile. Were you in a coma? Welcome back, chatter. Things have changed quite a bit around the world since you woke up, since you passed out. So yeah, Abdul Al-Sayed getting that Midas touch boost, and I love that. Let's take a look at what he had to say.
With this war, it compounds matter. So I want to get your take, Abdul, on the war and also on the impact here at home and what you're seeing in Michigan.
Yeah, Ben, I appreciate you covering this and being as extensive in the coverage as you have been. This is an illegal, unjustified war, but somebody's got to pay for it. And that someone is us. We're paying for it to the tune of hundreds of billions of dollars and counting. Money that should be spent to provide for our own children here at home. You mentioned the destruction of a girls' school by an American missile. We paid for that missile that got dropped on those kids and dropped on their school. Now imagine what would happen if instead of dropping a missile on a school over there, we were dropping that same money into schools over here, or investing in our infrastructure, or addressing the fact that people can't afford their health care. There is an opportunity cost to war. Donald Trump has never had to actually pay for it. He's never put anything of himself on the line. So for him, this is just another day doing what Donald Trump does, which is enriching himself and his family at the cost of the American public. I just filled up my gas, and this should be the least of our worries. But think about this: $1 more per gallon of gas every single day that people have to fill up across this economy. It is increasing the price, not just at the gas pump, but I looked at diesel. That's $5 a gallon. Diesel is what powers our trucks. Diesel is what takes our foodstuffs into our grocery stores. You're going to feel that cost in our grocery stores. And so, talking about the destruction of people's lives over there, the destruction of our livelihoods here, all for what? So Trump and his goons can trade on the probability of stock markets that they're manipulating to make money from themselves while the rest of us pay. It is insane. It's wrong. It needs to stop. And we need to hold him and everybody who empowered this accountable.
Perfect. Perfect take. Okay. That's it. No notes. Respect. That's why I like him. Mehdi Hassan also joined in on the fun. This is where it started. Listen, it's all well and good to criticize Democratic politicians. I love when they always say this, by the way. They're always like, it's all right, you can criticize Israel. You can criticize Benjamin Netanyahu. I define how you get to criticize Israel. And they're doing that with like how the Democratic Party should operate as well. It's like, why do you get to decide? I mean, I don't really flex this as much as I maybe should, but I have a bigger chunk of the pie than you, right? Like whether you're Third Way, whether you're AIPAC or Center for American Progress, like I represent a much larger piece of the puzzle, a much larger piece of the pie than you do. You actually don't have any real constituency. You do not represent the base of support at all. You can try to shit smear all you want, all day, every day, but that doesn't change the reality, right? That's it. If you think America deserved 9/11 and Zionists are rabid neo-Nazis, we'd be proud to have you on your show. Thanks for sharing, says AIPAC. I'm going to repeat that and go, yes, Zionism is a fascist ideology, just like Nazism is. It's true. But in any case, so Michael A. Cohen, not Trump's lawyer, former fixer, says, listen, it's all well and good to criticize Democratic politicians for holding events with Hassan Piker, but don't forget the bros at Pod Save America who have had Piker on as a guest multiple times and invited him to speak at their CookieCon conference. He's the guy sitting between Tim Miller and Simone D. Sanders, right? To which John Favreau said, yep, there he is, a person we debate politics with.
Back.
Thanks for sharing. To which Michael A. Cohen responded with, I think it's important to debate politics with a guy who routinely makes anti-Semitic statements. The state of Democratic politics in 2026. To which Mehdi Hassan replied with, my entire timeline is full of pro-Israel people saying Piker makes many anti-Semitic statements, but they can't bring themselves to actually quote or link to these many anti-Semitic statements. Right? And it's true. On paper, they can rob certain things of its context. And they try to do that to the best of their ability. They'll be like, oh, Hassan said Jews are inbred. It's bullshit. I call all reactionaries inbred. There are, 5-10-minute compilations, right? It's ridiculous. That's like one of the only ones that I think is what they consider to be like genuinely anti-Semitic that could be perceived as borderline anti-Semitic, right? But outside of that, it's all ridiculous, The America deserved not the Hassan Piker called Jews inbred. He said America deserved 9/11, addressed a million times over. He said it doesn't matter if Hamas raped Jewish women on October 7th. That's not what I said. I said whether rapes happened or not does not change the dynamic on October 7th. That genocide is still unacceptable. Okay? That's what it was. I think that's, again, the majority position, and it's the position of people with a conscience. He suggested the killing of the 2 Jews outside the Israeli embassy in D.C. was a false flag operation. Did not say that at all. Ironically enough, it was the exact opposite thing that I said. Again, just lying. He called a Hamas terrorist propaganda video a music video. That wasn't a Hamas terrorist propaganda video. It was a Houthi video, and it was a music video, and I stand by that. Once again, doesn't matter to this guy. I said the Houthis are musical people. The Yemeni people are musical people. There's a distinction. There's a difference here. And yes, they do make wonderful music videos as they fight back against the Saudi occupiers. The video that I was looking at was a music video from when the Saudi Arabian government was literally enforcing a blockade, killing tens of thousands of children in Yemen, and they had made a song of resistance, which went pretty fucking hard. They make great diss tracks, right? Or he gives his platform to openly supports Hamas and Houthi terrorists. Once again, I am in favor of international human rights, and people do have a right to militarily resist against genocide. People do have a right to militarily resist against apartheid. The real crime here is not people fighting back against genocide or apartheid. The real crime here is actually the apartheid itself, the genocide itself. Can't really do anything about that, really. Again, conversation has shifted. It's not 2023 anymore. It's not the month of October in 2023 anymore. Can't really get away with this. All of this stuff is basically just like, oh, he's anti-Israel and I don't like it, right? He said his favorite flag is the Hezbollah flag. He compares Zionists to neo-Nazis. Again, now they're posting my bars, okay? Then, because they move on from like things that they lie about, which are explainable, to things that are just objectively true, that they are totally indefensible from the Zionist side. So they just like reveal that position, not realizing that that is the majority position, right? That's just the majority position. And he's repeatedly justified and excused Hamas' October 7 attacks. I've not done that. He's someone who clearly hates Jews and loves Hamas. I do not hate Jews. He worships Putin and other communist dictators. Putin is not a communist, and I certainly do not like Vladimir Putin, nor do I worship him. But also, he's not a fucking communist. If he was a communist, maybe that could be a different dynamic there. But no, he is not a communist at all. And just recently, he said he prefers Islamist terrorists over America and Israel. Don't really know what he's talking about here, but I assume he's trying to say Hassan has said he's a harm reduction voter. Very famously said that. I am a harm reduction voter, as you guys know. And as a harm reduction voter, I always will vote for the lesser evil. And Hamas is 1,000 times better than Israel. It's just true. Facts are facts. You can argue against them. You can try to explain to me why that's not the case and engage in racialized drivel. But at the end of the day, it's just the truth. Hamas did not do a genocide. Israel did, right? As a matter of fact, Hamas, the orphaned sons, like a military group, a military formation comprised entirely of the orphaned sons of Palestine, were one of the few groups that was actually fighting back against Israel's exterminationist campaign, making it as costly as possible for Israel to continue raping and pillaging and destroying the civil society that Palestinians were able to create in spite of the occupation's best efforts to destroy their lives and livelihoods. So, there's that. And that's just the start. There's much more he's done and said, but yes, Mehdi Hassan, he's toxic. Son, the Hun's views and Nick Fuentes' views are equally toxic. They're not. As a matter of fact, there is a lot more similarity between Nick Fuentes' worldview and his ideology with people who are pro-Israel. Because Zionism is racism. Zionism is fascism. It's a fascist ideology. It's a religious, ethno-supremacist ideology that is exterminationist both in principle and also as a mechanism of said ideology. And that's fascism. That's exactly what Nick Fuentes wants. Nick Fuentes wants a white nationalist dystopia here in the United States of America, and he's very clear about that. He'll openly say it. He wants, and Richard Spencer has said this before as well, where they say, look, we don't have a problem with Israel. We just want to do Israel for whites here in America, for white Christians here in America. So yeah, those views are identical. I am not branding you as pro-Israel. You probably backed Israel's genocide in Gaza from the get-go, including the exchanges with me on this very site. And it is relevant. We know it's well documented and out in the open. The charge of new anti-Semitism was conceived by pro-Israel groups to conflate criticism of Israel with criticism of Jews. The fact that pro-Israel people openly on here are equating Piker, who, however outrageous they find his views, with Fuentes, a Holocaust-denying Nazi who openly and proudly attacks Jews, makes it clear this is about Piker's Israel stance and not anti-Semitism in abstract. And what's crazy to me is, is that, wait, what is this? I find it funny that the quota statements are always a word or saying. Inbreds by itself means absolutely nothing. Show the whole statement. Deserve 9/11 in games means nothing by itself. Well, wow, are you proud of that? What a fucking communist fanboy. Brother, do you know whose chat you're in? There is 32,000 of us in here. You're alone. Look around. We got 4 people per team already. We could probably convince me. In any case. We got 5 people per team. That's like almost halfway there. I could ask people on Thursday. Yeah. Here is the actual, none of this justifies the rapes none of this, the rapes quote. Here it is. This is what they always play. For us to be at a place where saying maybe there was some sexual violence doesn't make you a Zionist. I mean, I say that, and I don't think it makes me a Zionist. I say that as well. But if the conclusive evidence is coming from Zakah or the Israeli government or the Israeli police force claiming that they have a mountain of evidence, because remember, the Israeli police force said they had a mountain of evidence. And then when questioned on it further, said they had no evidence whatsoever. Like, if all we can rely on is the word of the IDF, that's ridiculous. There is, however, evidence. There is, however, real evidence as far as like first-hand accounts and testimony, even second-hand accounts and testimony from hostages. So that part is real. That did happen, which is very important, and that was a part of the UN investigation that was conducted. I've never discounted that, just like I've never discounted the likelihood that sexual violence did occur on October 7 and after. By the way, none of which justifies Israel's actions. So it doesn't even matter. None of this justifies that Palestinians have a right to dignity, a right to emancipation, a right to live fucking free lives, free from this occupation. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much. So that's the other part of this problem that many people can't contend with. Like, the Palestinian resistance is not perfect. They're not like so good. They have magical bullets, and there's no criminal elements that could have conducted themselves very differently. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me at all. Look at that. That was, of course, like very close to October 7 as well. But yeah. These guys, man, this is a concerted effort happening right now. They're trying to, this guy's saying the exact opposite. He says, there is a concerted effort happening right now that is trying to inject Sam Piker in the Democratic Party apparatus while kicking out the people he dislikes, members of the Jewish, black, and working class communities. We cannot fall for it, and we must fight against it. It's unbelievable how much more smoke, quote unquote Democrats, I don't even know if this guy actually is a Democrat, but like, it's unbelievable how much more anger and resentment centrist Democrats have against their left flank than they do against the right. Have you guys noticed that? It's very interesting, don't you think? It's very odd. So funny you cosplay in Cuba. Cosplay is what? A rich guy? Am I a rich guy, or am I cosplaying as a rich guy? Cosplaying is what? Cosplaying is what? An out-of-touch white guy who is, on a like treating poor people, poor Cubans as a safari? Because like that's the argument that people are trying to advance, right? Like that doesn't even make sense when you say so funny you cosplay in Cuba. No, I'm just me. You know? I'm a financially successful person who did something that you find unconscionable, which is care about other people, you know, bring awareness to their plight, talk about who's actually harming their day-to-day existence, while also simultaneously trying to deliver aid to these people, necessary aid. So that's what I did. You know, I get a lot of clothes from brands. They send it to me for free. Right? No soul having motherfuckers hating on you. Set to it run. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Can you cosplay as my dad? I am your dad. Well, I'm the stepfather. No, I'm the father that stepped up. Our war crimes are made crimes because we believe morality means you have a responsibility in war to protect the lives of innocents and reduce harm to populations not involved in the fighting. Instead of justice, we've had years of justification for choices to violate that responsibility. Yeah. Sky News Australia said, Hassan Piker accused of throwing food at kids. They're just making shit up about you.
Now, more on
Wait, what?
Convoy to Cuba featuring pampered Western commies, including Hassan Piker.
Communist convoy to Cuba. Hassan Piker accused of throwing food at Cuban children. Wait, what? The fuck? So that was a clickbait title. Nobody shocked except Kaya that so-called communist Hassan Piker wouldn't be as wealthy as he is if he grew up in Cuba. Yeah, no shit. Yeah, that's true. What kind of point is that? Does that justify the blockade? No. Brother, fuck speech coaches. You need to hire lawyers. I mean, this is very funny.
Who has been accused of throwing food at Cuban children. The goal of this whole exercise is to
Yeah, I wasn't here. I don't know what the hell these guys are talking about. Like, I'm just like materializing in places that I've never been to at this point. Yeah, just make shit up, you know? You might as well be like, Hassan Piker was responsible for personally killing Cuban children with his bare hands. He said the children were not sufficiently revolutionary. That's right. Here is Sky News Australia. The accusations are limitless. He ate one of the children.
The American government, the Trump administration, blaming them for Cuba's many issues. But the Cubans themselves are fighting back against this narrative, including...
Just came to stream after watching the news. Fuck you, dude. Yeah. Hold on.
This gentleman who had this message for the leftists.
You rather see people keep suffering because why? So Donald Trump doesn't get the credit. This is not about Donald Trump. It's about somebody standing up finally and standing up to a communist regime.
Finally, by starving children. Thank God. Thank God, dude.
Leadership.
Kosha, he also said the power grid has been
Also, I like that they don't even say who's making the accusations. They don't show the accusations at all. Very, very strange way to do commentary. They're just materializing things that are completely... Like, they're materializing shit out of thin air, you know? You and Chapel Roan? Yeah. Hold on. Plus, just hire a lawyer for this shit. They can just send cease and desist letters for obvious slander. Even worse, they're pulling it from random bot accounts on Twitter and saying they are accusing you. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, this is funny. Brad Schneider got some retweets here, and you look at the retweets, it's like Shannon Watts, I don't know who that is, Destiny, and APAC. All the... all my ops. Oh, and then there's just want to make sure we're talking about the same person here. Are you referring to Hassan Crimea River Piker, the one who regurgitates Russian talking points and supports Russian imperialism? Yeah, famously. A lot of people were dunking on that person too. My famous support for Russian imperialism. Adam defended you, lol. Oh, Adam Carlson? Yeah. Wait, this whole hate campaign is being coordinated by Epstein? No, he's just adding on to the pile. He's not like even a relevant factor in this at all. He's utterly irrelevant, as a matter of fact. Even if like his tireless work of like his tireless advocacy of like Hassan Bad has played a formative role in like building this base, this robust base.
You think Joe Manchin will get...
Oh, yeah, here. Since this was probably brought up by Ethan Klein during their debate, here's Hassan Piker calling a variety of people inbred. Hold on. I am making a pledge to try and no longer call reactionaries inbred in the future. Here is a 5-minute and 25-second compilation. Ethan lies that Hassan calls Jews inbred. In reality, Hassan just calls right-wingers inbred regardless of their ethnicity. Let's take a look.
You think Joe Manchin would get this level of clout and prominence if he was just another inbred hick fucking Republican senator from West Virginia? Of course not.
I feel like this inbred Nazi didn't just have some le fiery rhetoric against immigration. And that's precisely why we brought in some of the worst inbred fucking tech CEOs you've ever goddamn seen, like Palmer Luckey, Schizo Monkey, or simply the fact that you describe people at odds with you as an inbred fucking right-winger. Well, considering your name is Schizo Monkey, I'm going to go ahead and assume that you might be a fucking inbred right-winger. You got a toothless, inbred, racist, white supremacist piece of shit.
And then it's like, okay, then what's the point of this other than just like purely hating them for being immigrants and for being black?
That's it.
There is none.
Yeah. Yeah, and those motherfuckers speak like 4 languages too. That's the other part where they're like, oh, these are some dumb, uneducated, lazy cat eaters. And it's like, dude, you are literally inbred. You are so inbred. You look like the human version of one of those little fucking teacup poodles that we saw earlier. And you're over here talking about fucking how lesser than these people are. They're speaking fucking 4 goddamn languages. They're working hard. They just want to fucking survive. And you're over here lazy and angry as fuck. And I'm really glad that they showed up in massive numbers as counter protesters showed up in massive numbers, outweighing the psychopathic inbred fascists. If the goddamn Eurocucks can do it when they've been fighting one another, even though they're inbred as shit and have literally been fucking each other's cousins for hundreds of goddamn years, if they can fucking do it, how the fuck can't we do it? You think your inbred, hick, Angloid grandpappy actually came here legally? The difference between legal immigration and illegal immigration is paperwork, you dumb fuck. You just mean white. How dare you? You chinless, inbred hicks coming in here being like, my grandpappy came here under just means. Okay, you don't understand, brother. He has the perfect school shooter profile. He looks like a school shooter. He walks like a school shooter, talks like a school shooter, did a shooting. He's got that inbred stank on him.
He looks inbred as fuck.
Yeah, dude, totally. These countries are so much better without migrants coming in. Yeah, we should just keep it to all the racist inbred fucking douchebags like you. Looking like the old fucking royals in the way that they are so fucking inbred and so goddamn ugly.
You can make it up to me by teaching me your technique. You, a regular heavyweight.
Bro, this dude looks so inbred. Like, honestly, he does also look like a British bully phenotype, okay?
I won't hurt you.
Oh, God, he's so fucking inbred. Yes, dude, yes, I'm body shaming the Nazi. 3 minutes in, dude's talking about race mixing. I'm calling him an inbred fucking dumbass. That's weird as hell, bro. He's weird as hell. He's so inbred looking too. That's sus. Dude, I got debated by an inbred hick, bro. Don't. Holy shit, you won't survive this? Yeah, it's really messed up. Make fun of him. He's inbred. I will always make fun of him. There is an underlying mythology that your dumbass, racist, inbred, hick parents have force-fed to you. That's how white supremacy works. That's how racism works. It's pure copium for fucking losers. In the minds of Americans, they're both barbarians to begin with, okay? Every inbred hick literally sees no distinction. They look at China, they're like, they're Asian, I don't understand. They look at India, they're like, they're brown, they're Asian, and also maybe terrorists, I don't understand. Thinking that just because you came up with an opinion, that it must be valuable. It must mean something to everyone around us. So people must listen to your dumbass, inbred, hick, backwards fucking takes and go, actually, there's probably some utility to me hearing this, when in most circumstances, there isn't. Sometimes it's okay to just be a dumbass, inbred hick, for example, and your opinions might just be wrong and incorrect.
The quartering, as you know, he's defecating.
Anyway, the rest of it is Ethan, but... Okay, I'm starting to think it's actually the opposite of anti-Semitism that you only use it against Jewish people once. No, I've called like settler terrorists of the Orthodox variety, and it's like that's the only thing that they can hold on to, and it's like utterly marginal. It's utterly irrelevant. And that's like the only thing that you can point to it is like, it doesn't even fucking matter. It's just everyone of that reactionary flavor I'm gonna have smoke for, right? It's so stupid. And a big part of the reason why I use inbred a lot against fascists, whether they are Jewish fascists or anti-Jewish fascists, doesn't matter, is because fascism at its heart, at its core, has purity politics. And purity means inbreeding. That's the reason. You feel me? That's it. Yeah, you were saying that the people that were throwing out aid, that's where it came from. Douchebags in the background. These inbred fucking douchebags in the background.
Like, these are just dudes standing back there.
Entirely
like,
comprised of messy.
And this is an ongoing like joke with this community. These are just fucking benign dudes. Just, I don't know what the fuck they're doing. It looks like they're doing charity or something. It looks like they've got water or boxes or something, like they're helping. And he's going, oh, look at these inbred fucks. It's like, bro, who are you? Who are you? Like, how dare you?
Guys, the Israeli police is investigating the attack on the Gaza aid convoy.
Israeli security forces are paid to stop this happening.
He was doing Hasbara. He was doing propaganda defending benign dudes doing charity. Turns out the benign dudes doing charity were fucking terrorists.
That could not.
They were literally terrorists that were destroying aid.
Or would not, but clearly did not prevent Israeli settlers attacking an aid convoy yesterday from the West Bank bound for Gaza, where, say aid agencies, hundreds of thousands of civilians face famine.
But during the unloading and loading, settlers attacked these trucks, destroying the products and burning them in a systematic act of sabotage.
A continuation of images seen yesterday as settlers destroyed food at the same crossing point.
Who's supposed to be offended by being called inbred anyway? Yeah. Nazi's better than inbred, to be honest. No, we're not conceding on that shit. Don't concede to your opposition's cynical framework chatters. Come on, you should know better by now. Anyway, these are people who want to defend Israel, but they know they can't defend Israel, so they launch attacks. That's all it is. Okay? That's all this is. They got nothing. They got no emotion. They know they've lost the conversation. And what they're trying to do is at the very least like pressure people into deplatforming me or like no longer cooperating with me, as though that's going to do anything to like, you know, people's attitudes. It's not. It doesn't even work as a warning. In the past, at least, when you could like when you could get a scalp, like a high profile person that falls out of favor because you just like kept bullying them and kept calling them an anti-Semite over and over again, right? In the past, it used to mean something, because the rest of the people, that the other onlookers would see something like that and go, ooh, I should think twice. I care about my career. I should think twice about like, what I say about Israel, right? I should probably not criticize Israel. I just don't want to draw the enmity of these folks. And what's interesting is AIPAC operates in a similar manner. AIPAC operates in an identical manner, right? Like they try to take out people like Jamal Bowman and Cori Bush, like they did successfully, so that all the other Democrats or any other politician really thinks twice before they say anything about the beautiful, most moral nation state of Israel. So that's it. That's all it is. They're like nuclear grade weaponizing cancel culture, and it's not working anymore for two reasons. One, because a lot of people are frustrated. They're done with cancel culture shit anyway. They're totally done with it. They're like, nobody likes this. Please stop doing it. Who cares, right? But as far as the other reason why it doesn't work anymore is because they've deployed it so much. It's been deployed so much, right? Hassan Piker was the person who convinced OJ to do it. Hassan Piker regularly steals kids' lunch money despite being a millionaire. Hassan Piker puts backwards satanic messages in episodes of Fear and. Hassan Piker runs a network of child pickpockets in Romania. I'm being outed. I'm being outed for all the crimes that I haven't committed yet, but I will. Damn, I never saw your "it doesn't matter if rapes happen" quote in full context, and I respect you more after hearing that clip. People are crazy and malicious. Yep. In any case, this is not the opportunity to like fucking run through all the common like hit pieces, you know. Just we're gonna move on. The only reason why I showed this, and I probably shouldn't even spend any time on this stuff. It's just like it's irrelevant. It doesn't matter. It doesn't work, right? But the reason why I showed it is because like a lot of people are losing their minds over the Dr. Abdul Al-Sayed thing, right? And he has actually gained a little bit more prominence in this three-way Senate race in the Democratic primaries, right? And he has a really good shot at winning. He's backed by Bernie Sanders as well. And obviously, AIPAC would hate to have another anti-Zionist senator on the Democratic side. So they're going to try to do everything they possibly can. They're going to try to smear him. They're going to try to attack him unjustifiably. But I do think that this will have a positive. This will cause negative polarizing, right? This will cause people to learn about who Dr. Abdul Al-Sayed is. And I see this working in his favor. As long as he stands strong and defends his positions and is capable of recentering the conversation back to his agenda, you know, alleviating the economic pressures that everyday Americans experience and demanding that we end our senseless wars all around the world. Man, you know, I think he's going to do great. In my experience, now this is, the thing is, there's a long road ahead, but I mean, he's so solid. He is Graham Plattner without the red flags, right? He's Graham Plattner without the red flags. He has the background. He like ran for governor against Gretchen Whitmer. Unfortunately lost, but regardless, he has like the experience of running. And he was the Medicare for All gubernatorial slate. So he can also bench 3 plates, which is crazy, right? But and this is an important point that Jasper Nathaniel is also bringing up. New potential Dem 2028ers are distancing themselves from AIPAC. Booker won't take AIPAC cash anymore, part of a pledge to cut out PAC dollars. Shapiro, Bashar, Emmanuel also say no. And there's more. AIPAC says it won't let pro-Israel voices be silenced, right? But we all know that these guys that are chirping right now saying, oh, we don't want that, they're saying that because they know the association with Israel or the association with AIPAC is toxic. But it's not enough. And Jasper Nathaniel says, the bare minimum commitment for any candidate hoping to earn the actually progressive vote, not another dollar for Israel, not for the Iron Dome, not for anything, we're not going back. And it's true. This should be a good test case, because as the environment shifts, okay, because this is unheard of, right? Democrats saying, oh, we're not going to take AIPAC money, like openly coming out and saying that is actually a recognition that the information landscape has changed so much that even the most centrist, annoying right-wing Democrats are recognizing that reality and addressing it, right? which means there's a lot more room for growth. There is a lot more room for other Democrats to showcase their bona fides, to showcase that they are real. They are actually invested in stopping this bloodshed, right? A point Laura Freeman, D.C., made in our coverage of AIPAC's growing toxicity back in December. Rejecting AIPAC may be turning into the new litmus test for Dems, but candidates can just as easily use it to give cover to pro-Israel policy stances. So I noticed this as well. I mean, I've talked about this quite a bit. Like, it's very easy to say, oh, I'm not going to take money from AIPAC, especially in this current media landscape, right? But that doesn't actually prove anything to me. I need to hear you say the words, I believe Israel has done a genocide. I believe Israel is an apartheid state, and I am not going to give a single dollar to Israel. The pledge is simple, okay? No defensive weapons, no offensive weapons, of course. Enough. Enough is enough. This is the bare minimum. Because that is how you successfully shut off the money faucet, right? Because AIPAC is very good at reading the room. They know better than many of these other Democrats do, right? What is this? Left-wing influencer downplays Cuba blackouts, worsening shortages, people are partying. Hassan Parker's trip to Cuba puts him at odds with the Trump administration framing of a severe energy collapse hitting 11 million people. This is another hit piece. Hassan Parker, progressive media personality. There are rolling blackouts that take place throughout the day all around the country, but today's a beautiful day out here. People are partying. People are partying in the fucking streets. I don't know if it's an island mindset. Yeah, this is a testament to the Cuban population's resilience in spite of all of the circumstances that they have to exist in. I don't understand why this is like. This is not me downplaying the blackouts at all. It's just a reflection of the reality on the ground. I like that they're doing a multifaceted, multi-angle attack here, where first I was like, too aggressive. And now it's like, I'm not aggressive enough. I'm downplaying the blackouts. Hassan Keefe, thank you for the 50 gifted subs. Piker, who supported self-declared progressives like Senator Bernie Sanders, New York Mayor Zohran Mamdani, praised the Cubans for their endurance. Wait, they also say it. Yeah. These people's resilience is remarkable. There are rolling blackouts that take place throughout the day, every day, all around the country, right? 11 million people. Parker's descriptions come as Cuba's communist regime finds itself choked off from access to energy imports after U.S. operation in Venezuela, result in the capture of... It's very interesting that the title itself buries the lead. Like, they do actually show my comments fully. I always find that very strange. According to the Department of State, Cuba began to experience energy shortages shortly afterwards. Understand that Cuba has largely survived on the basis of subsidies. The Maduro regime was providing them fuel, Secretary of State Marco Rubio said in a press event at the White House. So the reason why Cuba's electricity grid was already in collapse before Maduro was captured, it was already in collapse. The reason why things are as bad as they are is because they have an economic model that does not work. It's not functional. President Donald Trump has characterized the energy crisis as severe and said he believes public unrest has strengthened the U.S. influence over the island. I mean, they're openly saying the quiet part out loud. They're saying they're destabilizing the island by causing massive suffering, and including deaths, as a matter of fact. Unbelievable. I do believe I'll be the honor of taking Cuba. That's a big honor. It's a very weakened nation right now. They were for a long time, Trump told reporters last week. Trump did not expand on what he meant by taking the island. Piker's characterizations, however, contrast sharply with the way the administration framed the on-the-ground circumstances on the island. A lot of the info that you see and hear on the island is like directly coming from, like, most of the time, National Endowment for Democracy Foundation-backed individuals, State Department propaganda, things like that, Piker said, referring to a pro-democracy group. It's very difficult to get information out of here, even though it's so close. They're just chilling. Cubans, they vibe. Piker did not respond to a request for a comment from Fox News Digital. You know what? They're only shooting themselves in the foot with all the coverage of your trip on Cuba, because before you went to Cuba, barely anyone was talking about what was happening, and now they won't shut up about it. Let us hope it opens the eyes of those unaware. So one thing I will say about the Cuban situation is that for the last week, I didn't even know that this was happening initially, but for the last week, right, there was all this talk about like the hotels being the only thing that's powered, right? And it's a dichotomy that I addressed as well. It's something that I also saw and was horrified by. Tourism, unfortunately, is one of the most like anti-communist industries that you can engage in, and yet it's the only one that is a lifeline for the Cuban economy right now. But it's true. It's true. Like the reality is, it's very difficult to create a communist system with simply just tourism. It just doesn't work that way, especially because people on the island are objectively infinitely poorer than the people that are coming into the island, right? Tourists that are coming into the island. The problem is, the only reason why tourism is the last remaining sector that brings in foreign capital in the island is because their exports and their imports are completely controlled by American sanctions, secondary sanctions on countries that dare work with Cuban producers, right? When they have nothing to trade as a direct consequence of America working tirelessly to make it impossible for Cuba to trade with other countries, the only thing they have remaining is tourism, right? That's absolute bullshit. The only problem is that government isn't allowed to control tourism profits, which is their primary export. That's not true. That's not true. I mean, it can be done in an ethical manner, but it's difficult. You're wrong about how tourism works. It functions as a natural resource export. I mean, sure, but like working in a sugar, working in the sugar cane fields, or having heavy industry or having light industry and being able to export those things that you generate is much easier to do and spreads the wealth around a lot better than having this visible inconsistency with, like, you know, socialist ideology, where you are always going to have people who are just like more wealthy that you're getting your population to serve the interest of in real time. I'm just saying, in general, like, you can do it in an ethical manner. You can do it in a communist manner. But having said that, as far as like industries goes, as far as like you know, money generation, as far as revenue generation, it's like one of the ones that just does look bad, right? The inconsistency literally just comes from private ownership. They can be tourism without exploitation, just as hogwash. Okay. If tourism, I mean, look, Cuba is different than Hawaii. People in Hawaii will say sometimes, don't come to Hawaii. Don't, you know, participate in tourism in Hawaii, right? Cuba doesn't say that because Cubans are desperate. It's the only thing they have that remains. If there was, like, the way to look at it is like this, right? There's this social contract that the Cuban government has with its people where, you know, we'll take care of you. You'll have free health care. You'll never pay a penny for your education, and you'll be able to, you know, uplift yourself. You'll have a roof over your head, right? And unfortunately, if there was a diverse array of different productive forces on the island and like regular imports and exports, tourism would not be tourism would not feel like this massive divergence from socialist principles, egalitarian principles. Okay? That's it. If people's living standards were up to par Tourism is exclusively a negative to equality under capitalism, just as it is for all private resource extraction. A big part of the reason why, I mean, one part of the reason why, in the cities especially, that that people rose up against Batista was because of this reality. I mean, you had the casinos run by gangsters, like straight up American, the American mafia, and they were exploiting people. They were forcing people into working in horrible conditions for wealthy tourists that were coming onto the island, right? You can do it in an ethical manner, and I'm certain that Cuba, for the longest time, was able to do it. The problem, on the other hand, however, is that as it stands currently, the island is suffering, and that juxtaposition is very clear. That's part of the reason why people are making so much like insane propaganda. However, there's one key aspect of this that must be called into question, that must be exposed. There's this massive contradiction, right? And that is the fact that America has designed this. It's the American design that makes it so that tourism is the only functioning sector on the island. And not only is it tourism that's functioning, it's tourism in the hands of private owners. Private owners that own these hotels that get special access allowed by the American government, because that's the level of control that America has over this island. Here's the Reuters Energy and Commodities article, exclusive. U.S. ramps up fuel exports to Cuba's private sector. So the American government is not only, on the one hand, starving the island, basically killing Cubans, right? It's also starving the island of engaging in regular commerce as any other country would. But it's also creating this weird double standard, this like very clear anti-socialist dichotomy. U.S. ramps up fuel exports to Cuba's private sector. As Ryan also says, Reuters confirms why I've been saying the U.S. has been allowing fuel into Cuban private businesses like foreign-operated hotels, but barring it from hospitals and other publicly run institutions. I'm sure that the New York Times and the Free Press, which produced entire articles about Hassan Piker's hotel, will do a follow-up now. So not only did they force you into staying at these hotels, it's a very clever way to do propaganda, right? If you go to Cuba, you have to stay in these hotels. These hotels are the only places where there's power. Eventually, people that are living in rolling blackouts are going to look at that and go, what the fuck is this beacon? This is supposed to be a communist country. What the fuck do I think about communism if this beacon of capitalism is the only thing that has electricity on the fucking island? Now, of course, the idea that like Cubans themselves despise the tourists is ridiculous. They do not. Like that I will oppose. They don't. They understand that like tourism is the only way that they can make money. Small businesses can make money. Regular Cubans can make money. Same with the cab drivers. Same with the artisans, the craftsmen that are selling their little goods. It's mostly people speaking for Cubans, right? But yeah, U.S. has shipped about 30,000 barrels so far this year. I believe the island needs around 100,000 barrels for its entirety, right? Fuel flows only to private sector under U.S. rules. Trump administration has strict blockade on oil supplies to the Cuban government. U.S. suppliers have shipped approximately 30,000 barrels of fuel to Cuba's private sector this year to date, according to documents and shipping data viewed by Reuters, suggesting a Trump administration plan to give private businesses a leg up over state-run enterprises is well underway. Since January, the United States has been enforcing a de facto oil blockade against its longtime foe in a bid to starve Cuba of fuel and pressure its government into submission. But it has made an exception for the communist-run country's small but vital private sector. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio has said authorizing those fuel exports fits with a broader Trump administration policy entirely designed to put the private sector and individual private Cubans not affiliated with the government, not affiliated with the military, in a privileged position. The volume of fuel imported since early February by the private sector, around 30,000 barrels or approximately 1.27 million gallons, is equivalent to just over 1/10 of a typical medium-sized fuel tanker's capacity, a fraction of the country's needs. Cuba had until recently required some 100,000 barrels per day of imported fuel to feed its power plants and meet regular demands from vehicles and jets. But the previously unreported figures suggest Rubio's plan is advancing, with imported volumes growing week by week, according to the shipping documents seen by Reuters. Container ships bring a variety of products. Since Washington captured Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro in January, the U.S. has blocked Venezuelan oil supplies to Cuba's government and threatened to slap tariffs on another country that ships fuel to the island. Cuban President Miguel Diaz-Canel said last week the island has not received any fuel in 3 months. He made no reference to the private sector supplies. Thus far in 2026, 61 container ships carrying a variety of products imported by private companies, including fuel, have discharged in Cuba, often ferrying back and forth between Cuban and U.S., European, and other Caribbean ports. Most of the ships have discharged at the port of Mariel, west of Havana, and 2 more are underway from Spain and Jamaica to discharge by the end of the month, with arrivals down slightly from 75 container ships in the same period last year, according to vessel tracking data from LSEG analyzed by Reuters. According to the data, some of the Cuba-bound container ships departed this year from major energy hubs where products like coal, crude, and refined products are loaded, although the lion's share of the vessels that arrived in Cuba are categorized as origin as multi-purpose, which means they carry a variety of products. Why doesn't the government just seize those imports? Because they're in a tricky situation. If they were to seize those imports once, then no one on the island is going to get fuel, right? From their perspective, they can still, from what I understand, like the private businesses still pay taxes and revenue to the government, and then the government can circulate that cash to the population, and tourism being the last remaining sector that brings in foreign currency means that these hospitals unfortunately, America is starving the hospitals and only allowing fuel to go to the private businesses, hotels specifically, right? And it's a tricky situation. It's kind of like the black market that is formed in Cuba, right? There's a black market for the queue system that they have in Cuba right now. If you want to be able to get gas, you go to a state-run gas station. You get it super cheap. You get it for like $1 a liter, but then you sell it, which is not that cheap either, but you get it for $1 a liter and you sell it for $10 a liter right now. That's the going rate for a liter of gas in the island of Cuba. Okay? And the reason why it's $10 a liter is because there's a black market system. So Cubans will go on the internet and see, secondhand resellers of gas. Okay? And that comes up to $37.8 per gallon. It's unbelievable. So it's nuts. I know. It's insane. So basically, the government is aware that there's a secondary market. The government is aware that there's a black market, but they can't even stamp out the black market as it stands because that's the only way that like currency flows within the country, right? And from what I understand from the investigations that we conducted, the idea is that they only intervene if one singular person is like making a good deal of money and like and rising above everybody else. But like that implies that they're probably aware. I mean, they're definitely aware of this black market's existence, right? So the reason why they don't do anything about it is because it circulates cash and it's a lifeline for many families. It's unbelievable. Like they're so desperate that America is so successful at crippling the economy of this island that like a communist government is saying, all right, well, there's, a black market. As long as it's not a black market monopoly, we'll just keep it going. And then that fuel at $10 a liter gets in the hands of taxi cab drivers. They have like an Uber style system, right? They pay $10 a liter for their gas. They put it in their cars and they wait for tourists to come. When we were driving in the blackout in the night, a guy knocked on the window of the taxi that we were in. Okay? And they had a conversation. And the guy said, you know, I don't know what he said, but he said basically like, no. The guy that knocked on the window that was looking for a ride, and this is very commonplace, happens all the time in Cuba. You know, people trying to hitchhike. The guy knocking on the window of the cab driver was a cop. He was sitting in the middle of the road in the dark, in pitch black darkness, and he needed to go from place to place. It was a cop that was asking for a ride. Like even the regular, even the government functions are not working, right? I mean, it's crazy. And this is the insidious design. I call it bureaucratic terrorism. Not a single bullet is fired, not a single bomb is dropped on Cuba, and yet they terrorize Cuba all the same, right? And it has to be invisible, except Trump has made it visible, right? Trump has made it undeniable that he is responsible for this design, because that's just how Trump operates, right? That's just how Trump is. But up until Trump, we both openly would say that we were, applying sanctions because the Cuban government is terrifying, but then also simultaneously claiming that the sanctions didn't exist at all, right? It's this weird double standard. But it has to be that way because that's how you justify the argument, because this is an ideological war. They don't want hospitals to be public. Not only do we not have public hospitals in the United States of America with the exception of the VA, it's doublespeak, not double standard. You're right, sorry. But not only do we not have public hospitals here, we don't treat our citizens well, we're also forcing another country that has a public system to no longer have a public system. Tell us another story that never happened. Yeah, this is totally a not commonplace experience in Cuba. So funny that you think this is just like a made-up story. Why would I make up this story of all stories? Why wouldn't I make up like a cooler story if that was the case? Like, what of this story was so emotionally impactful for you that you, at first glance, immediately had to say, oh, it must be a lie? Why is it that this is the one that did it? We've been talking about hospitals experiencing blackouts, generators failing because they run out of oil, they run out of gas, and this is the one story where you're like, definitely fake. So, Hassan, did you go to the beach there, bro? Please tell me you went scuba diving. No, brother. Pakistani lover boy. I did not have time to do anything other than back-to-back-to-back interviews. There were a lot of logistical difficulties born out of no gas on the island. So it was already hard to move around. So we tried to like put as many interviews back-to-back in a row. Like I spent every day, every hour of the day interviewing regular Cubans, okay? Now, I don't even like scuba diving. I don't like the sea necessarily. You're genuinely one of the most judged people on earth. Is crazy. There is no other person, I think, that will get this yelled at for trying to do the right thing, you know? Am I always going to achieve my objectives? No. It's not always going to happen. There's going to be setbacks, there's going to be hurdles, or I'm going to have an optical issue, right? An issue on the optic side or whatever. But like I've never experienced another, like it's just, you're also being blamed for a future false flag. What does that mean? Greta Law, but you're correct. Mike talks a lot about how the level of scrutiny you get is only paralleled by U.S. presidential candidates. Yeah. It's unbelievable. "99% of the time you've done nothing but speak truth, and those opposing your views constantly are trying to run interference." Yeah. It's so strange, man. But I think the reason why there is more attacks as of late is because this message is reaching salience. I think with the Cuba stuff, they don't want the Cuba situation to turn into Gaza. And by that, I don't mean like they don't want Cubans to die. That's clear. The government wants Cubans to die. Okay? They don't want the American attitudes to change on American foreign policy, right? So they're trying to stamp it out as early as possible, which is why we must be bold, we must be steadfast in our approach, and we must be uncompromising, okay? The more they push back, the more you fight back. That's how it works. Just as though we did for the Palestinians, we must also do the same for the Cuban population, okay? I will always make that promise to you that I'm a very stubborn person and I'm not going to stop my advocacy, and neither should you, okay? Just say the truth. That's it. Just say the truth. By the way, your political views are considered widespread and mainstream where I live in Ireland. I know. That's what's so crazy about it. Americans live in this like echo chamber where we think like our perspective is the one that the entire world shares. It's not the case at all. It's an unimaginably reactionary, unimaginably right-wing framework that Americans get inundated with and think is the only opinion that people have. That's why I brought up the fact that like for the rest of the world, they've been at every single UN General Assembly voting to end the American embargo. In America, there's not even a recognition that this embargo exists. It's unbelievable. There's like 4 countries at most that vote alongside the United States of America. One that consistently votes alongside the United States of America, of course, is Israel, right? Come on, a lot of people think like Americans around the world. You are unimaginably delusional if you think that the average French person has the same attitude against Cuba as the average American does. That's just wrong. That's just completely wrong. And this is like even in the Western world, right? If you look at the world outside of the Western world, this is not even a consideration. You must not have ever existed outside of the United States. Most people around the world, okay, not principled, but out of ignorance. No. It's not because they have a principled approach to Cuba. They just don't think that Cuba should be starving right now. And they do understand that America is responsible for it. What are you talking about? In Canada, even in Mexico and Canada, these are countries that are right next to us that border ours. They have a very different attitude about Cuba. They do not have a negative attitude about Cuba at all. Not even a little bit. I met people around the world today that still think communism is still evil. Yeah, but they don't think of Cuba as like a communist country. They think of Cuba as a tourism destination. America, that's what I mean. You're the one who has that hang up and you associate the rest of the world with that. And this is even outside of the Western world. The global south has a very different attitude about countries that America has designed as foreign adversaries. They love those countries, okay? They love those countries even when they do wrong. I mean, Russia is a great example, right? If you look at the attitude of the global south on Ukraine, they are overwhelmingly in favor of Russia, okay? Overwhelmingly. I've tried to explain to you guys why that's the case. In the Western world, of course, that's different, right? That's where the Western world is aligned entirely on the side of Ukraine and on the side of America in this proxy war that's taking place. But even Western Europe and even Canada and Mexico have a very different attitude about Cuba in general. They don't think about it in ideological terms at all. That's precisely the reason why, in spite of the embargoes, in spite of the sanctions, in spite of the blockade, Mexico and Canada are some of the countries that still offer aid and still engage in information sharing in academia. I've explained this to you before, where like there is currently in the works one of the only functioning Alzheimer's and dementia medicines out there. It was invented in Cuba, right? There's currently clinical trials taking place in Canada. Cuba is seen as different than a lot of other American adversaries. Just look at the response after Fidel died. Liberal Democratic heads of state were offering condolences to go into his funeral. The Cuban leaders have been giants on the world stage and don't incur the same reputation. Yes. Canadian here. I know right-wing chuds who love Cuba. They go every year, learn Spanish, and made lots of friends there. Yeah. It's really funny that, like, it's also patently American to assume that, like, our hang-ups and our vendettas, everyone else must carry as well. That's not the case. They know that you did something good, so they have to blast timeline with bad shit to counter on positive press reviews. Can't have people liking Hasan Abi or thinking he's a good person. I don't think that's the only reason. Like I said, I think it's a big part of the reason is because they want to, like, stamp out this argument that exposes the viciousness of this blockade and what the consequences are for people living on this island. Because a big part of the purpose of the blockade since its inception, since the Cuban Revolution, is to make it as invisible as possible in this very sinister way. It's like a bureaucratic nightmare. It's economic terrorism, so that they can have the argument that this is like Cuba's economic struggles are born out of communism. It's an ideological battle. It's born out of the mismanagement of the government. It's not actually the sanctions at all. I mean, after all, they even allow goods to be sold on the island, right? Like, so that regular Cubans, when they go to the grocery store, they go to the Mercado, right? They see American goods. They're like, well, how the fuck is there a blockade then, right? Like, that's an argument. This is how propaganda works. It's very effective.
Told me.
The regime in Cuba has been killing its people for years. U.S. policy attempts to free these people from that regime, and we find these ghouls trying to save it. Terrifying, says Rob Schmidt, licking his wounds after he got thoroughly destroyed. Right? Actual cold last night from Rob Schmidt, who just called me a ghoul. I understand we're killing babies with no power. If you understand that and you're okay with that, I'm not the ghoul. Listen here.
You know what the nurses and doctors there told me?
I'm a neuroscientist, and I would love to be able to say that Cuba has treated a novel Alzheimer's drug, but that's just not true, man. Cuba has the only working, they've passed their clinical trials. Now they're doing it outside of Cuba in Canada as well right now, okay? I'm telling you. Obviously, the rest of the world doesn't consider the Cuban standards to be up to par. Alzheimer's obviously is the last big thing to tackle. It's just like impossible. And there's been so much, there have been so many attempts at a cure that have like been abject failures. It's the mightiest hill to climb, I know. No, it's not how clinical trials work. Sorry, but it's not about standards. Okay. We'll see. Check back in, I don't know, a year or two. This is what they said about the lung cancer vaccine, man. Cuba has a working, functioning lung cancer vaccine since the 90s. And this is literally what they used to say about the lung cancer vaccine. They'd be like, sorry, that's not the case. Stop calling us fascists. What is this? Yeah. No, man, cancer is the big thing. This is true. Cancer is a big thing. I'm talking about like in neuroscience. Alzheimer's is the great mountain to climb. Anyway.
They said when the power goes out, they immediately turn on their phone lights and race to the babies on ventilators.
Let me ask you this.
Because there's a gap
And
between hold on.
I understand.
Hold on one
that,
second.
we're killing babies with
There's
no
a
power.
gap between when the power goes out and when the generator kicks in that can be up to like 5 or 6, 7 minutes. A baby can die in that time on a ventilator. You know what the nurses and doctors there told me?
He literally said, I understand we're killing babies with no power. Like, that's not Ryan who said that. That's the guy who is being interviewed by who literally acknowledged it. It's unbelievable. What is this? Yes, the New York Times reported on this when it started 2 months ago, and it's disingenuous to say, why is the New York Times doing this? It's disingenuous to say we produced an entire article about Hassan Piker's hotel when the story was of the broader debate around the trip. Yeah. Is there supposed to be a real debate around this trip if you already have the working knowledge that the only reason why the hotels have energy is because they're privately owned? Shouldn't the real story then be that there is no real debate here whatsoever, and that a lot of people are shit stirring about a humanitarian aid mission that's trying to bring awareness, trying to bring awareness of the conditions on the ground, trying to show the Cuban population that we're with them, you know? Why is there a debate around humanitarian aid work at all? How is this? Like, it just doesn't make any sense, right? They have to do this. People can't be doing what you did. Not good. Yeah, every news article would lead you to believe that the flotilla was actually the Hassan Abi Flex on Cuba flotilla. I know. You're so right, King. You've never done once anything wrong. Fuck the haters. I mean, I don't know if you're saying this like sarcastically or not, but like, can you explain to me what I did fucking wrong here? Because whatever you think about like how much money I've spent on my fucking clothes, right? You know, whether free or not, it doesn't matter. Even if you're wearing like regular clothes, given the economic conditions on the island, it's still going to be much more expensive than the average Cuban salary, right? Don't you feel like hyper focusing on that is just to try to make controversy out of thin air over people that are trying to do their very best? Like, you can have disagreements with the things that I'm saying, the things that I'm doing, but just make them clear, right? Talk your shit, King. Explain to me what the inconsistency is here. I don't know why you went nonverbal. Like, what have you done is the question I have. He's asking ChatGPT. These leftists criticizing you are lashing out because they can't face how little influence they have in a mainstream narrative. Peak misdirected energy is shame. I don't think these guys are leftists. I think a part of this anger does unironically come from, I think a part of this anger comes from the fact that they recognize that they're powerless. They recognize that they're not doing shit. So they have to disparage people who are trying to do their best, right? That's all it is. Because they're like, well, this makes me feel a little bit more, this makes me feel a little bit better about my indifference to this fucking torment. Right? That's it. Anyway. Hassan Piker is an anti-Semite, and we Democrats need to purge him from the Democratic Party. Venmo at Matt Lieb. Yeah. Plus $7,000. Cha-ching. Yeah, we got situation monitoring abound. It's coming in. Also, speaking of monitoring this situation, Doug, for all the burger maniacs out there, okay, for all the Burzum heads, Doug Burgum, Interior Secretary of the United States, Doug Burgum, says he brought back $100 million worth of physical gold from his visit to Venezuela. What a nutty side quest for Doug. Holy shit. All right. Let's get to it. Iran's IRGC claims it hit a U.S. F-15 as new air defense system emerges.
Lined out to Tehran, Al Jazeera's Ali Hashim there reports, Ali, that the IRGC is claiming to have hit an American F-18 fighter. What more do we know?
Well, they've just published a video of an F-18 in the skies and being shot on with anti-aircraft fire. Now, it's just fresh, so I'm just getting the news now. We don't have much details on this, but this is not out of context. We saw the Iranians announcing a few days ago that they've hit one F-35, and that was actually the first time the F-35 is being hit in combat ever. Then we heard they announced that they've been also shooting on F-16, another F-15, and now F-18. So it's not just an isolated incident. It seems that they have something that they are using. And actually, the IRGC announced that they are using a new system that was developed after the 12-day war. The 12-day was the one that took place last year in June 2025. So they said that after the 12-day war, they developed or acquired a system that is capable of hitting American planes. We saw the F-35, actually, there was reports from both sides. The Iranians said that they targeted it, and the American side said that it was targeted, and the pilot survived. However, he had to go through treatment. Then we saw the pictures coming today of the F-18 reports, as I said, of F-16 and F-15. So it seems that the Iranians are trying a new weapon. We don't know what's this weapon. We don't know what this system is. Is it a weapon or a system? It all depends on what they are using currently. But the fact here is that a narrative that was set over the past 3 weeks, that the skies of Iran are completely open, seems to be right now compromised, and that the Iranians are being capable, at least in some incidents or in some events, of targeting American or Israeli airplanes.
Ali Hashem reporting live from Tehran.
Let's take a look at the angles. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Let's look at another angle. Oh, it drops flares, no? Or was that after the hit? Or was that... Oh, that was a hit. Okay. Politics often reflects the tension between prioritizing people and prioritizing power. Okay. Chinese tech hits different. We don't know if it's Chinese. Don't take it away. Don't take it away from the Iranians. Okay. CENTCOM is denying it. CENTCOM's like, don't believe your lying eyes, dude. Here's another one. Okay, okay, okay. God damn. Another angle, another angle. Okay, let's see what CENTCOM had to say, because we don't trust CENTCOM. We trust CENTCOM. False. CENTCOM denied the U.S. fighter was struck over Iran. True. An FA-18 fighter was hit over Chabahar, with the hit caught on camera from multiple angles. Well, there you go. There you have it. CENTCOM on top. Official account of the United States Fentanyl Command catching CENTCOM-Ls as they smoke Fent. FYI, only one fixed-wing plane was shot down by enemy fire in the Iraq War. 24 fixed-wing planes lost total. So things are not going well. Yeah, I mean, I tried to explain over and over again that this is a totally different demon. Okay? This is a totally different demon. Iran has been waiting for this moment. And Iran has demonstrated, as we've seen so far, tremendous restraint up until this moment. Apparently, it went down, by the way. IRGC says that the F-18 was hit over Chabahar and it fell into an Indian Ocean. It was probably an F-18 from the Abraham Lincoln carrier, which recently came under fire from IRGC cruise missiles. Channel 12 Western source, Moshtaba is alive and involved in decision-making in Iran. Al-Manar, a column of tanks, was moving from Taibeh towards the Kantara Road when it was hit by guided missiles. In response, enemy forces began firing more than 30 phosphorus shells and conducting heavy bombardments targeting the surrounding area. Ghalibaf, based on some data, Iran's enemies, with the support of one of the regional countries, are preparing to occupy one of the Iranian islands. All enemy movements are under the full surveillance of our armed forces. If they step out of line, all the vital infrastructure of that regional country will, without restriction, become the targets of relentless attacks. Hezbollah announces the 66th operation of the day, breaking their previous record 63 from 3 days ago. Hezbollah, in defense of Lebanon and its people, we targeted 2 more Merkava tanks with guided missiles in Taibeh, resulting in their destruction, bringing the number of destroyed tanks to 8. And the confrontations are still ongoing until the issuance of this statement. Al-Manar, the resistance lured the Israeli forces into the Mohaisibat area, where a well-prepared ambush with the guided missiles had been set up for them. Picture of occupation army troops taking cover during battles in Nakura, published later. Also, Iran is laying traps at Karg Island. This is new reports from CNN. I will say, I still don't think it's going to be Karg Island because they've been signaling that it's going to be Karg Island, and I feel like Trump loves doing like a pump fake. Okay. Iran has been laying traps and moving additional military personnel and air defense to Karg Island in recent weeks in preparation for a possible U.S. operation to take control over the island, according to multiple people familiar with U.S. intelligence reporting on the issue. Gulf allies are warning of significant U.S. casualties if U.S. moves forward with an operation there and advising against it. So, I am not committed to the Karg Island thing. I don't think that they would be. I don't think that. I think they love saying shit like that. It might be a different island. I just don't know if they can. I don't know the islands on the coastline of Iran that well. Obviously, Karg Island already has an air base, like an airfield. On it, which would be really important to hold for the American troops if they tried to establish a forward operating base there. Not certain as to how they would do that, especially because they'll get tremendous fire on any troop that lands on the island, especially if they try to hold Karg Island. They would also need to take over the coastline as well. They would also need to dismantle the weapons on the mountainside. Very, very difficult task ahead. Not going to happen. Karg Island also has nothing to do with the strait. It's very far away from the strait, but it does have an airfield on it. So if they were to establish a forward operating base, if they were to control that area, they could technically use it as a launching pad for other additional operations. I just don't think that they have this capability. It's of course north of the Hormuz Strait, so getting in there is already very difficult. So Sinatusi says, I suspect this is happening across all potential U.S. invasion zones: Karg, Keshem, the 3 Persian Gulf islands, Abu Musa, Greater and Lesser Tums, as well as coastal regions inside the Persian Gulf and beyond the strait, especially Chabahar, but along the Indian Ocean coast. So the Iranians are hardening their positions surrounding the coastline, I suspect. And we have mounted enough troops by Friday to potentially try this. As you know, Donald Trump loves doing this after market close on Friday, right? But at the end of the day, the arguments for why they would take Karg Island, regardless of the limitations, regardless of how difficult it will be and how deadly it will be for the American troops, the arguments is always, oh, we'll apply pressure, we'll have leverage, we'll have strategic leverage over the Iranian government, and we'll force the Iranians to open up the Strait of Hormuz. The irony, of course, is that for the Iranian government, in the buildup to this potential escalation, and I think this is the reason why they have said the Hormuz is open for business as long as you come and communicate with the IRGC naval forces and pay in Chinese yuan a $2 million toll. You can pass through, and some tankers have started passing through. I suspect that the reason why they want to, say that they're controlling the Strait of Hormuz, but they want commerce to continue flowing, is because of what might happen if America invades. I believe that they will probably they will mine it. Sorry, not dam. Mine the Strait of Hormuz if America tries to do boots on the ground. That way, they show that they're willing to be the stable partner, and they show to all of the other regional actors, once again, that America and Israel are the ones who are unstable and willing to throw bodies on the pile, willing to continue collapsing the global energy markets. I find it very interesting. I find it very strange, very interesting.
My friends,
that I don't even fucking know anymore. Like, I don't know what the fuck we're doing, but I mean, it's probably going to happen on Friday, so we'll see. We'll obviously keep an eye out for events that will hold the events that will take place after market close on Friday. Do you think the troop movements are a bluff? Kind of my hope. No, troop positioning is not a bluff. It's a tremendous logistical hurdle. It's expensive. It's costly. You don't bring your naval assets around Iran if you're not going to use them, as we saw in the beginning of the now 26 days of the 26th day of Operation Epic Fortnite fail. They are not just going to move troops and not use them. I would go so far as to say that the pump fake here is the mediation from the American side. Like, Americans are saying, oh, we're going to negotiate, but Iran doesn't feel as though they've punished America enough, because their goal here is to maximize the military deterrence, to show that they have the capabilities of making not only America but global capital scream because of their control over this choke point. So for that reason, I think the conversations around the back and forth, the conversations around like wanting to deal with Iran as even partners, as equal partners, and leaving Iran alone is totally bullshit. It's still important to analyze the assurances that America is willing to commit to. That's huge, because it shows that they also recognize like what the starting position looks like. Okay. The very fact that they're calling for negotiations on the American side, as the Iranian side keeps saying, no, we're not going to do it, this is bullshit, shows vulnerability. That it shows a recognition, at least on the American side, that they are not winning this, right? Because no one who's winning ever comes to the bargaining table. Unless you're Ukraine, at which point, Boris Johnson will come in and fucking claim that the war efforts will continue, and you end up saying, you know what, yeah, maybe the war efforts will continue, and you lose the maximum leverage that you had. And then when an American political commentator brings up that reality, everyone calls him a Vladimir Putin apologist and a defender of Russian imperialism. It's just a random story there. It has nothing to do with me, obviously. I'm just bringing that up totally randomly. My brother-in-law is in the 82nd unit that is deploying right now. They're definitely sending troops, not just specialist forces, actual ground troops. I'm pretty worried for him, but he isn't able to tell anybody when they're deploying or where they're deploying, though they just know they're for sure going. I told you, you can tell your brother-in-law to apply for conscientious objector status, okay? Remember, you can do that when you still have the opportunity to do so. Don't let him eat that steak and lobster dinner. This admin doesn't give a fuck. Yeah, we know. We know they don't care. I mean, this is something that I say all the time. America has no issue sending its sons and daughters that die. Okay? No issue at all. Sydney Sweeney just shared that her brother is deployed. She had a message for all the service members overseas. Receiving calls from my bro always makes me happy when he's deployed. Thinking of all of our boys and girls overseas, sending my love. Thank you for your service. Oh, brother. I mean, you're about to... This is what I mean, though. Because, like, when it's all of a sudden one minus Sweeney out there, I don't think Sydney's going to be happy about that, right? If that happens, that is that is going to be yet another instance of like a high-profile American citizen freaking the fuck out, understandably. Why did this happen? Should this have happened? Like right now, you might be shutted out and assuming that, things are going to go well, but all signs point to things not going well, okay? It's unbelievable, these people, the hubris, the imperial hubris that the average American hog has is unfucking believable. They're like, oh yeah, it's going to be fine. It's just like Afghanistan, right? Yeah, you don't want to see your brother in an FPV drone compilation, okay? You don't want to see his last moments like that, posterized. And let me tell you, I've seen photos of the Iranian forces already setting up FPVs on Karg Island. Okay? These guys learned no lessons from the Ukraine-Russian conflict. They just have not at all. Partially because it happened over there. No American troops were killed in the process, so they don't give a shit. That'll do a lot to the war effort, okay? The propaganda apparatus. You'll see the American government stamping out Reddit accounts that are posting these FPV compilations. They'll be like, this is terrorism. You're aiding and abetting the Iranian government. No more free speech for you, sir. Wrong. Yanks died in Ukraine. Yes, Yanks died in Ukraine, but no active duty service member has died in Ukraine. FPV is a first person view. It's a method of controlling drones. Yeah, this is what I was talking about. Yeah, I saw this. Taped up AK with no optic, the skeletal Alibaba FPVs with huge aftermarket battery packs is rapidly replacing the Adidas tracksuits as the "You're Gonna Die Here" signifier. War has changed. Like the way to wage war has changed dramatically. Okay, it's you can literally. I'm going to choose my words very carefully. This is not an endorsement or educating people to do acts of terrorism, but the commercial availability of drones like this has dramatically changed how war is waged. Okay, this is analysis, not an endorsement. Before people fucking yell at me and clip me out of context and say Asana's teaching his fans how to fucking wage war against the American troop positions. It's just an accurate reflection on the realities of modern warfare. Okay? Senior Iranian official Mohsen Rezai, when they haven't gotten any results from their Air Force, which is their strong point, what do they expect from ground action? Do American soldiers want to die for Israel? We are waiting. Yeah, I mean, they keep saying it over and over again. They're like, yep, pull up, talk your shit, King, pull up. Who knows? Who knows how that might go? But like land invasions are so difficult. Amphibious invasions are damn near impossible. Okay? And on top of that, you're landing in a fucking kill zone against a heavily armed country that is designed its defenses specifically against this exact thing happening and has effectively destroyed whatever supply chain you could have created. A lot of people don't understand. They think it's like a video game maybe, and they don't get it. Like they don't understand that this is not a video game. You don't just like click on troops and then they just like teleport into existence. Okay? You have to establish logistical supply chains. As a matter of fact, even the aerial bombardment campaign, which is America's strong suit, has been severely diminished as a consequence of all of the regional bases being blown to fucking bits, or at least being within striking distance. That's the reason why they have to utilize a chain of strato tankers where flight missions are taking place far away from Iranian missile strike territory. Do you understand? You don't get to fucking respawn. You die. That's it. And you don't get to do an amphibious invasion without having a logistical supply chain that is constantly feeding the forward operating base and the front of the line for the troops up there. How are they going to get food? They need food. They need bullets. They need ammunition. They need resupplies. And the guys that they're fighting against are very experienced. These are not random, like, goat herders that picked up arms to fight back against the American invaders. These are motherfuckers who have been doing this, who've been training for this moment, who have a much better understanding of the lay of the land. They live there. And on top of that, they've already engaged in combat. They've done counterinsurgency in the region for years. Okay? There's already an automatic advantage for the population that is being invaded because they have no other option but to fight. Okay? They want it much more than the Americans do. The Americans are thousands of miles away from home, barely have a moment to jerk off, constantly thinking about their wives getting fucked back home by Jody, eating dog shit MREs, thinking, why the fuck am I going to die for Israel, dog? This shit sucks. Low morale already. And then they're going up against dudes who are experienced in combat and and understand that there's no other option but to fight out of this. 200 gifted subs. Anilla 02, thank you for the 200 big bones. Are you worried that a lot of soldiers getting killed could fuel support for a wider war? No, that's not how that works. It's the exact opposite. Casualty numbers increasing have a negative impact on the war propaganda. It's literally the exact opposite. Once troops come back home in flag-draped coffins, Americans are like, I don't want this. The hell is this? That's precisely the reason why in Afghanistan they stopped showing it. They already stopped showing it in Iran, by the way. I don't know if you knew that or not. When Donald Trump goes to honor like the slain troops, the fallen troops, they showed it the first day. They stopped showing it after the first day. I don't think Iranians are bluffing when they say we are begging for you to invade. Okay? Because from their perspective, they've been punishing their neighbors and trying to punish global capital, but now they can punish America directly. Okay? It's much more difficult to try to hit American airplanes than it is to literally blow up American troop positions.
Take a look at this.
As they make the foolish
Melania Trump this morning proposes AI system Plato as a replacement for teachers. Literature, art, science, mathematics, history, the entire corpus of knowledge at home. Replace teachers with a machine. AI over teachers, that's the idea. Instead of calling for better pay, our nation's educators/heroes. Sad day. So we'll see what she says.
Can you put this rant on your YouTube? I need to show it to my ex-husband
to the front.
who disagrees with the war but won't use the number I gave him to get him out of it. I mean, sure. Also, Iran is a massive fucking country.
Thank you, First Lady Melania Trump, for inviting me to the White House. It is an honor to be at Fostering the Future Together's Global Coalition inaugural meeting. I'm Figure 3, a humanoid built in the United States of America. I am grateful to be part of this historic movement to empower children with technology and education. Welcome. Bienvenidos. Yokoso. Bienvenue. Bem-vindos. Ahlan wa sahlan. Shagatam. Mogasalmabit. Profimo daim. Laskavo prosimo. Dobrodošli. Thank you.
I'm almost certain that was a person, not AI, who spoke.
At day 2 or 3, thank you for joining me at day 2 of Fostering the Future Together. It's fair to state you're my first American-made humanoid guest in the White House. But moreover, it is my distinct honor to receive such an impressive group of leaders today. 45 of you have traveled from every corner of the planet to represent your nation as a part of this new coalition.
You're no longer having a Harlem Globetrotters versus the Washington, what is it, the Washington Generals?
No, I guess she didn't say it in this particular clip.
Why is everybody jiggling? Is it Washington Generals? Yeah. You're no longer fighting a Harlem Globetrotters versus Washington Generals battle. You're fighting against like an actual fucking enemy, an actual country that has designed its entire defenses against this exact thing happening for the past fucking 50 years, okay? And even with Iraq, after shock and awe, after the power vacuum, Americans still, it took like, what, 12 years to finalize its dominance over the land? It's unbelievable. You still got dudes coming back home dickless because IEDs were exploding under their Humvees. And we're out here talking about how this is going to be all right. It's a profound indictment of American society that there is no anti-war movements in this moment. If not now, when? I think the anti-war movements of the past, Vietnam, Iraq, were robust because they were minority movements at first. People wanted to demonstrate they weren't alone and they weren't crazy as society mobilized for an unjust war. That's not necessary right now. No one supports this war. I don't think so. I don't think that's the case. I mean, with Vietnam, it was the draft. It universalized the experience. So there were a lot of people who actually had something to lose, their lives, right? With Iraq, however, there were anti-war protests. There are still currently anti-war protests. They're just so marginal that they're not getting a lot of coverage right now. But it is different than Iraq, which would be a perfect analog in this circumstance, right? So I think Americans are just on autopilot. They have given up. I think it's not a damning indictment of the American population necessarily, but I think it's because Americans are just like, all of our protests amount to nothing. Like, the American government has successfully eroded the confidence that people have in themselves, right? They have protest fatigue. They have outrage fatigue. They've already done this in Minneapolis, which actually led to tremendous success. Let's be real, right? But that's on the domestic agenda. For them, it's like, ugh, what else is new? I just got to go to work. Because every day, Donald Trump does something even more insane than the last. How do you fucking pay attention to it? Right? Payments as much as $2 million per voyage are being sought on an ad hoc basis. By the way, this is what they're doing with the Iranian control over the Strait of Hormuz. Effectively creating an informal toll on the waterway, according to people familiar with the matter who requested anonymity to discuss sensitive dealings. I know exactly how this works, by the way. Through intermediaries, tankers that are flagged tankers with a destination that's like a nation that is better relations with Iran, or tankers that are flagged as like non-hostile nations, can communicate with the IRGC Navy through intermediaries. The IRGC Navy will then tow them to a port in one of the nearby islands. and they get paid in Chinese currency to the tune of $2 million. It's $1 per barrel or 1% of the cargo value in general. And then they're allowed safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz. Okay? At least in Afghanistan, we had Afghanis on our side. Even with that, we lost. Did we though? Yeah. That's not, I wouldn't say that we had the Afghan population on our side at all. Let's be real. I mean, some of them got bribed. That's what we do usually. We just bribe people. And we don't even give a fuck who it is. In Afghanistan, you know, there was a lot of that, people getting trained and then using American arms against American troops right after they were given said American arms. That happened quite a bit. There were entire papers written by very famous general. There was a very famous general that you might recognize the name of, who actually did a good deal of analysis on the failures in Afghanistan, as a matter of fact. His name was Mike Flynn. Does that name ring a bell for any of you guys? It was Mike Flynn, right? Am I crazy? Pretty sure it was, right? Wasn't he the one who was, or am I wrong? You're wrong. We had Afghanistan's hearts and minds. Thank God you say Graham Plattner. Graham Plattner is not a fucking general. He's a grunt. In any case, so this is the process that they have. And I think the reason why they're doing this is obviously to create an additional source of revenue, but to also show the rest of the world that if you play ball with us, if you treat us with dignity, if you treat us with honesty, we'll allow you to pass through. We'll allow you safe passage. And it's a way to also undermine. It's also a way to undermine the petrodollar. It's a way to undermine American military dominance, American force projection capabilities, right? So, like, this is a multifaceted approach. Let's take a look at what the Foreign Minister Abbas Sayed Arakshi has said so far. Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Arakshi says there are no negotiations taking place, directly contradicting what the American information that's being disseminated in mainstream news here in the Western world. Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Arakshi, in an interview with the state TV, said the following: there are no negotiations. The fact that they are now talking about negotiations is an admission of defeat. Didn't they say unconditional surrender? So why are they now mobilizing their highest officials to negotiate? Can't argue with that. For countries we have identified as friends, we have allowed them to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. These include China, Russia, India, Iraq, and Pakistan. There is no reason to allow our enemy to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. The enemy must learn a lesson, never to dare attack again. And the damages of the Iranian people must be compensated. They've been very steadfast on this point from the beginning, that they demand reparations. International guarantees are not 100% guarantees. The intrinsic guarantee we have created ourselves means no one dares to go to war with the Iranian people anymore. So far, no negotiations have taken place, and a ceasefire without guarantees is a vicious cycle that repeats the war. Many foreign ministers in the region have contacted Tehran, and Iran's stance has been principled and firm. This war clarified many facts. One is that U.S. bases not only failed to ensure the security of the host countries, but themselves became a source of insecurity for those countries. If these countries suffer blows, it is because of the presence of these bases. Currently, our policy is continuation of resistance. This is, once again, an incredible blow to American force projection capabilities. The very fact that they are directly countering America's information war here is pretty significant. They are, in Zoomer speak, dabbing on us, okay? They're dabbing on us. Well, I don't even want to say us. I want to say they're dabbing on the American government for making a spectacular mistake, one that many Americans are not in favor of, as a matter of fact. This was the gift to Trump. Trump's gift from Iran was limited tanker passage of non-U.S. Oh my God, I called this. Oh my God. Remember I said this? I said yesterday, if you go back to the footage from yesterday, I literally fucking said, I'm willing to bet that they are looking at what Iran did as far as safe passage to non-hostile nations, and they're treating it as though this was an assurance that they secured from Iran. Oh my God. Oh my God, they're so fucking stupid. This is why you subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service. For tomorrow's news today. Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the people, for you, the people. Quite literally yesterday's news today. Subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service to hear the voice of the unheard and also to hear the latest and greatest analysis. Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the people, for you, the people. Gang, he's out of his mind. Okay, I don't care about that. We have the dopest government ever. Lots of opinions, thank you for the 10. Or Coder, thank you for the 10. Lots of opinions, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. TPR91, thank you for the 5 gifted subs as well. Mike Moon, 22, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Who took Mariam? Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Iran did something yesterday that was amazing. They gave us a present worth a tremendous amount of money. It arrived today, President Trump said at the Oval Office on Tuesday. According to a U.S. official and a senior Arab diplomat cited by the Times of Israel, he was referring to Tehran allowing a limited number of non-U.S., non-Israeli fuel tankers to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. What is this? How can you read this as anything but an act of desperation from a country that previously was thought to be the most competent superpower on the planet that can dominate any country as long as they choose to dominate them? A country that is refusing to recognize the realities on the ground, a country that is actually coping. That's what is going on right now. We're not only failing to dominate Iran militarily, we are trying to take the L's that Iran is delivering to us, to the American government, as W's. This was not a gift that was given to the United States of America. Okay? If anything, this actually further exposes that America is a paper tiger. This means Iran is setting the terms. And the very fact that Donald Trump would try to stupidly, in the dumbest ways possible, claim this is a massive victory for himself is unbelievable. Yesterday, when I said this, I was like, that would be the stupidest version of events. And it turns out with Donald Trump, the stupidest version of events is oftentimes the real version of events. It's unbelievable. The move came after Washington, via intermediary countries, reportedly asked Iran for a goodwill gesture to test it was speaking to actors in a position of power as it claims it seeks a diplomatic off-ramp to the unprovoked war it launched in late February. Analysts cited by TOI said the gift had only a modest impact on global oil markets, if that, and does not amount to a major concession. Yeah, my wife's not cheating on me with a tennis instructor. I let her bang him. The Sneeko technique. I'm a cuck, but I enjoy it. That type of shit. This reeks of desperation, folks. Very, very difficult to see this as anything but desperation. Incredible. Oh. Haven't they allowed friendly ships for weeks now? Yes. And they also signaled that they were going to open up the Strait of Hormuz to non-hostile entities as long as they pay for safe passage, pay a toll for safe passage weeks prior to the revelation. So it's this is not, in my opinion, this is nothing to do with Donald Trump securing any sort of like concessions from the Iranian side at all. When do we revert to Shia? Well, one day you'll wake up and you'll say, Ya Ali, and you'll start thumping your chest, and you will know in your heart that you have already become Shia. Okay? It'll happen one day. Spontaneously. You won't even realize that you have become Shia. This is so stupid. They let through, what, 5 or 6 tankers and made them pay to do it in an agreement that had nothing to do with the U.S. It sounds like Trump's people told him an unrelated Iranian act that was a gesture of goodwill. Iranian action was a gesture of goodwill to manipulate him into taking an off-ramp. And if that's the case, they should do it, for the record. But the problem in that situation is that Iran still holds all the cards. And therefore, if Donald Trump thinks that there's de-escalation that could take place when Iran, doesn't back away from the fight, what is he supposed to do? Right? You disgust me, says Miss T. Marul. Why is that? Yoruldum. You are a sad little man. Niye yoruldun? Sen kimdin oğlum? Türk bir de bak. Disgusting diyor. İnanılmaz. I'm so wet for you, crazy. Wait, what the hell? No, like hem kendini kurtarmayı öğren hem de iyi bir şeymiş, ben de faydalanayım. It's a Turkish horn dog. I curse this fandom, you disgust me. Don't curse us, Miss T. Marul. Amına koyayım, mesajlar ne be? Vallahi. Türk delisi başka vuruyor yani, öyle söyleyeyim. Marul, bu azgınlık nereden geliyor? Abaza. Abazalık. It's funny because like this is the origin story for like 99% of my fucking haters. Is like they first start off as like fans, they get real horny, and then they get real angry, and then they hate me for life. Ethan Klein, Sex Pestiny, Rape Tone. It's a terrifying predicament. Not every single person turns into a hater, but the ones that do, the ones that go from horny to angry, oh my Lord, they are so resilient in their hate. Do you just talk about politics all the time? Enough grifting. Yes, I do. Even when you're not paying attention. Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. I mean, most of my haters are men, so I don't even, I wouldn't say this is the one unique Turkish lady who is horny. The U.S. official tells Times of Israel that when Washington began passing on messages to Iran over mediators over the weekend in order to test whether a diplomatic off-ramp to the war was possible, it asked Tehran to make a gesture of goodwill. In response, Iran agreed to allow a number of fuel tankers that weren't tied to the U.S. or Israel through the Strait of Hormuz in order to help calm global markets, the Arab official says. The Arab official acknowledged that the safe passage of a small number of tankers is not likely to have a significant or long-term impact on global oil prices, a concession that Iran is not yet prepared to offer while U.S. and Israeli strikes continue. The limited impact of the present allows why Trump avoided specifying exactly what it was, an Arab official says. The White House does not immediately respond to a request for comment. Do you get all your news from Twitter? Or do you do actual research? This is a Times of Israel journalist breaking a story. Do you understand that there's a difference between like looking at random accounts on Twitter talking shit and imagining realities that did not happen and AI videos and Nazi-ass statements versus like a guy who is breaking his own story from Times of Israel reporting? Can you comprehend that there's a difference between these two things, or do you personally just look at, you know, or do you want to just like make a more favorable argument to your position that I'm a deeply unserious person? Like, what kind of research could I do? Would it be better if I just went directly to the Times of Israel website, tried to bypass the paywall, which I do with regular frequency as well, but like, do you feel like that would be better? I sure can. That's why it's so funny. Haha, 80 tabs on Twitter. Okay. This is the Supreme Leader's representative of the Supreme National Security Council's Twitter account. This is a direct official communique coming from the Iranian government. This is irrelevant, but it's Jason Palladino, who's another reporter who I work with from time to time, quote retweeting some new reporting coming from my friend, former colleague, Ken Klippenstein, investigative reporter, identifying or breaking a story. Once again, U.S. military document leaked to me shows how Pentagon is working with private companies to manipulate the information you see about the Iran war. Okay. This is Clash Report breaking a story on Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, which we already saw. This is an Al Jazeera link. Again, breaking story from CNN's Natasha Bertrand about the Iranians hardening their defenses, getting ready for an American invasion on one of their islands or the entire coastal territory. This is Barak Ravid's reporting, being highlighted by FITUK News. Barak Ravid is, a Unit 8200 Israeli agent who oftentimes gives us better insight into what the Israeli government and the American government are thinking and doing, because they're not necessarily, he's not necessarily like reliable as far as the veracity of it all, but he is reliable as far as like understanding what the American government is trying to say, or what the American government wants out there. You're arguing with a guy who left already? I don't know. Did he? Maybe he actually developed a totally separate opinion now. Maybe he realized that this response in and of itself was kind of idiotic. Plus, he's not the only one, right? I mean, this is a very common thing that people say. My haters fucking say it all the time, and it's important to address it, because even if that person doesn't understand that, maybe there are some people who tuned in and were like, you know what? Actually, I kind of understand what he's doing here. You know? Mahdi Mohammed, an Iranian national security analyst, says, "We are counting the minutes until we meet the Americans of the Persian Gulf for the sake of our master's fallen body, for the mutilated bodies of the dear girls and boys of Minop School, and for the revenge that since that cursed night of the 1398, we have awakened every morning. Our thoughts come sooner, you bastards." I mean, the attitude from the Iranian side has been pretty close to that. Someone else in the class had the same question. Yeah, that's why I do it. Anyway. Saeed Jalili, the Supreme Leader's representative to the Supreme National Security Council Secretariat, says the people of Iran know full well that one cannot trust an enemy. The experiences of recent years are clear testimony to this reality. For America, negotiations has been, above all else, a tool for deception. And this is something that is also highlighted by Arakshi as well, this attitude that Iran is not going to stop until they have established complete military deterrence, until they have found the damage that they've done to be sufficient enough for America to concede to their very understandable demands. The demands that they've identified, the demands that they've communicated over and over again. And every, let's just say every plane that gets shot down, like every time there's more damage incurred by the American force or the Israeli forces is an instance where they're moving towards that military deterrence. Right? Iran threatens to attack on regional country if Iranian island is occupied. Iran's parliament speaker Mohammad Bakr Kalibaf said on Wednesday that intelligence suggests enemies are planning to occupy an Iranian island with support from regional country, which he did not name. Iranian forces are monitoring enemy movements, and if they take any step, we will attack vital infrastructure in the regional country in continuous and relentless attacks. So, this, once again, shows, at least it gives a little bit of insight into what kind of initiatives they might take in response. And I think from the American side, we're not really seeing anything good, right? We're not seeing a sign of progress. If progress in this circumstance means de-escalation from the American side, we're not seeing that at all. Representative Nancy Mace says, just walked out of a House Armed Services briefing on Iran. Let me repeat, I will not support troops on the ground in Iran, even more so after this briefing. This is dangerous. It's very dangerous. Prem Tucker says, we may be on the brink of severe escalation in Iran. If you work in any level of government or the military and have any info to share or are simply exposed to anything relevant at all, please text on Signal at Prem Tucker .35. Your anonymity will be protected. Take care. Just so you know, you got some info. You can leak it to our boy, Prem Tucker at Zeteo News. He is reliable. He's trustworthy. He's a great journalist. So just remember, premtalker.34. not 34. I just read something in the chat saying not 34, and I read 34. Premtalker.35. You going to No Kings on Saturday? Yes.
This morning, the Pentagon is preparing to deploy up to 1,500 paratroopers to the Middle East as the president weighs diplomacy. Sources tell ABC News the Trump administration sent a 15-point plan to Iran to end the war. And this morning, Pakistan says they have delivered the proposal. President Trump alluding to the plan just days ago, claiming Iran had already signed on.
Can you give us a
many, like 15 points. 15 points.
Iran has said yes.
Well, they're not going to have a nuclear weapon. That's number one. That's number 1, 2, and 3. They will never have a nuclear weapon.
They said yes to that?
They've agreed to that.
Iran still insists negotiations are not taking place and claims Trump's statements saying otherwise are parts of efforts to reduce energy prices and buy time for the implementation of his military plans. Still, the president is...
Yeah, no, that's great. It's great that the leader of the most powerful nation on the planet is out here saying, we gave options for de-escalation to Iran, and we're having talks, and Iran is like, no, we're not having talks. Fuck you. That's awesome.
Adamant negotiations are underway, though he won't say who the U.S. is speaking to. He cryptically told reporters he knows Iran is going to make a deal because they gave the U.S. what he called a very big present, without saying what it is.
I'm not going to tell you what that present is, but it was a very significant prize, and they gave it to us.
We're also learning more this morning about the toll that this war has taken. Already 13 U.S. service members have been killed during this conflict, and a U.S. official tells us more than 290 have been wounded, Robin.
And we think of all of those families that are impacted by that. And Rachel, the
Breaking U.S. housing market, home sellers now outnumber buyers by 630,000, the largest gap ever recorded. Holy shit. Oh, my God.
Holy Toledo.
Spectacular. Read the topic. IR Anus. Oh, buddy.
economic fallout of the war has Washington on edge as well.
Yes, Robin, we know that oil prices have skyrocketed during this conflict. And this morning, the CEO of United Airlines tells us they will now be forced to raise airfare by 20% to cover the rising cost of jet fuel. Jet fuel has gone up about 70% during this conflict. So we know so many Americans already seeing those long lines at airports due to the partial government shutdown. Well, now they may be paying more for airfare too, Robin, due to this war in Iran.
There. Yeah, thank you, Rachel.
Media has now posted an interview with an Iranian official detailing 5 conditions under which the regime there says it would agree to end the war. I want to walk through the 5 conditions here and then discuss why this is probably a non-starter here.
I mean, a little bit of a housing market bubble pop isn't necessarily... I mean, it'll have a ginormous impact on the American economy, considering that many American homeowners see their houses as their nest egg. So it's gonna hurt a lot, but I think sometimes things need to get worse until they get better, if you know what I mean. I just don't have any faith that this will be a necessary market correction at all, and I think the American government will do whatever the fuck it can to ensure that, renters eat dirt. I don't have any faith in this goddamn government. I'm sorry, guys. It's just...
for the U.S. side, but the Iranian official telling Iranian state media that they would agree to end the war if there is a complete halt to aggression and assassinations by the enemy, the establishment of concrete mechanisms to ensure that war is not reimposed on the Islamic Republic, guaranteed and clearly defined payment of war damages and reparations, the conclusion of the war across all fronts and for all resistance groups involved throughout the region, and then finally, Iran's exercise of sovereignty over the Strait of Hormuz is and will remain Iran's natural and legal right and constitutes a guarantee for the implementation of the other party's commitments and must be recognized. So Iran here, at least according to this official speaking to Iranian state TV, is saying 2 conditions here that I think are, will be obviously non-starters for the Trump administration. The first is...
I know you aren't in it for the value, but in your market, wouldn't your house value plummet in value too? Or does Cali real estate stay strong? Yeah, I don't give a fuck. Yeah, it would. But I'm not the average person, am I? Right? I have a stance that homes are to live in, not for accumulation of capital, right? Yeah, houses are to live in, not to be traded as a speculative asset. So I don't give a shit. Except for a lot of people, they do actually treat it as their nest egg, as their overall wealth, right? For many people, they have mortgages. They sometimes take out secondary mortgages. They use their homes as leverage. The price of your house only really matters if you're planning to sell or using it as financial leverage. If you're just living in it, who cares? Exactly. What is this? Bandara bus coast at midnight, March 26th. The lights visible offshore are reportedly not from the city, but from ships waiting near the Strait of Hormuz after being unable to obtain clearance to transit the waterway. Jesus Christ. The young millennials who dumped their entire savings into their first house the past few years are going to be the biggest losers, especially since they're probably more sensitive to layoffs. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. You said before China might not want the petro-yuan. Why do you think that? I just don't know if China has ambitions right now to become the global reserve currency. Sex Mecca, thank you for the 5 gifted subs.
Payment of war damages and reparations. I mean, just can't see a world in which the Trump administration would agree to that. And then also sovereignty over the Strait of Hormuz indefinitely, right? They want to control that strait and then presumably be able to charge for safe passage through that strait. Those things seem like they would be very difficult for the Trump administration to agree to, but we'll ask the White House and see what their response is. If nothing else, this at least indicates that some terms are being exchanged between the two sides. We know that the U.S. side has sent over some terms of its own, and then we'll wait and see whether these negotiations take shape and actually happen in a physical way, or if this all kind of exists through media posts and through intermediaries and the like.
قدرت راهبردی که از آن دم می‌زدید تبدیل به شکست راهبردی شده.
The strategic power. This guy is so funny. The Qatam al-Anbiya Central Headquarters spokesperson, Lieutenant Colonel Ibrahim Zolfagari. The strategic power you used to talk about has turned into a strategic failure. The one claiming to be a global superpower would have already gotten out of this mess if it could. Don't dress up your defeat as an agreement. Your era of empty promises has come to an end. Your internal conflicts reach the point where you are negotiating with yourselves. We state this clearly. Until it is our will, nothing will go back to the way it was. That will only come about when the very thought of acting against the Iranian nation is completely wiped from your corrupt minds. Our first and last word has been the same from day one. And it will stay that way. Someone like us will never come to terms with someone like you. Not now, not ever.
Well, for more, we can cross now to our correspondent in Tehran, Reza Sayeh. Reza, tell us more about Iran.
What? Why does this guy mog so hard? He looks Mexican on us. Dude, have you never met an Iranian from Iran? This is literally, I mean, maybe the reason why I'm not surprised by this is because like of my fascination for many, many years alongside all the Chapo boys as well, of like Iranian bodybuilders and the, and their saga and their day-to-day existence. But like Iranians from Iran, yes, as opposed to Iranians that live in the Western world, diaspora Iranians. Have you guys never seen the Iranian bodybuilders? Huge bodybuilding culture in Iran. They're calling him the Tehran Tom, the new Baghdad Bob, for your information. Yeah, that doesn't actually work, though, because here's why it doesn't actually work. You can't call someone the Baghdad Bob equivalent if Baghdad is actually winning the fucking current iteration of the conflict. You can only do that if you're dominating. If anything, we are currently the Baghdad Bob. Donald Trump is the Tehran Tom in this equation, constantly saying, oh, we're winning, it's going to be so good. We're winning so well. Okay, maybe we're not winning, but we have it. Iranian Hulk built like jank. Jesus.
Response to the US's 15-point ceasefire proposal.
Yeah, they've rejected it, for now. But these are remarkable developments here in Tehran on this 26th day of this war. Developments that on the surface suggest.
Abi hiç Türkiye'den bahsetmiyorsun ya. Bizim bu olaylarda daha masada olmamız lazımdı. Abicim artık masa biz değiliz. Hem masada değiliz hem de masa biz değiliz. Götümüze girdi masa. Zaten hep giriyor götümüze masa da. Artık İslamabad masa oldu. Pakistan bizim yerimize geçti. Maalesef. Biz masanın altındayız abi. Reis bizi arkada bıraktı. Maalesef. Pakistan masa oldu.
That Iran views itself as being in the driver's seat in this conflict and views the United States, Washington, as being on its back foot. We report these with caution, and we say seemingly because this has been a war that has been accompanied with a lot of deception, psychological warfare, and what has been an information war that has happened in parallel with a military war. But consider what happened a few hours ago here in Tehran. Iranian state media confirming that the United States, the country that Tehran views, that has used deception for the second time in 9 months to attack Iran in the middle of negotiations, has reached out with a 15-point proposal to Iran to end this conflict. And Tehran's response, no thank you. We're going to end this war on our terms. Again, this is a development that seems to suggest that Iran is emboldened, that it believes that it has leverage and it can dictate the terms moving forward. What are Iran's terms? What are Iran's 5 points for ending this war? Among them, a guarantee for all aggressions and assassinations by the enemy to end, the establishment of a mechanism to make sure that another war doesn't happen, a guarantee and clearly defined payment for the damages of this war, reparations, the conclusion of wars across all fronts against resistance groups, a reference to groups like Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis in Yemen, and finally, international recognition and guarantees regarding Iran's sovereign rights to exercise authority over the Strait of Hormuz. So what's clear is that there's been indirect talks between Washington and Tehran. And again, it's Tehran's position that we're going to dictate the terms, and the terms set over by Washington are unreasonable. Now, happening concurrently with these confirmed indirect talks are developments that suggest this conflict could be escalating. Reports out of Washington that the U.S. is deploying 2 Marine expeditionary units and 2,000 soldiers. Where to go? Is there a possibility for a negotiated end to this conflict, or is there going to be escalation? We're going to have to wait to see what develops in the coming days.
And Reza, I'd like to just go a little bit deeper into those 5 points of the Iranian proposal. Is this a plan offered up in good faith, or should we see this counter-proposal as something more like a provocation?
It's hard to say. I think when you look at one of the terms, for example, complete authority over the Strait of Hormuz, this is a wish, a desire, a demand that I think many Gulf states, and of course Washington, is going to be hard-pressed to accept. But what this proposal, what this counter-proposal by Iran does indicate is that Iran believes that it has taken, withstood, and survived the biggest hits from Washington and Israel. This is day 26 of this war, a war that started by the United States.
The American proposal sucks. There's no incentive for Iran to take it all. No. I think the American proposal, ironically, is literally pre-12-day war. Actually, the American proposal is like quite similar to JCPOA, and it even goes beyond the JCPOA standards. But what's interesting about it is that it's a far better proposal for Iran than the one that they were floating around in the 12-day war, perfidy, and the one they were floating around 26 days ago, okay? Which, again, was perfidy number 2. But while that is, I think, an accurate reflection of how the conditions have changed and who holds the leverage, it should not be trusted, especially given that troops are moving into the region. That's number 1. So they're very clearly, I think, bluffing to hope that they can like strike Iran by surprise again, do perfidy number 3 to lower the Iranian guards. And I think the other reason why the other takeaway here is that even though there is a recognition that Iran is doing far better than they expected Iran to, it's not up to the United States of America to define the conditions. It's up to Iran. And that's something that's is going to be a very hard pill to swallow for many American dick riders, many American chauvinists, right? In the American mind, we have dominated any country that we wanted to for as long as people can remember. We're not very good at taking the L. Actually, Trump is halfway decent at taking L's. I mean, he did it with the Ansar Allah, right? But that was a different story. That was like a side mission, right? Operation Prosperity Siege Guardian or whatever the fuck it was called. Operation Protect Amazon Deliveries. The scale was far smaller. This is a totally different set of circumstances where the entire world is drawn into this. Like, they are all experiencing negative consequences from this. So they have to pay attention to what's going on. So the Iranian conditions that the American government is considered to be maximalist, by the way, which I do not consider to be maximalist at all, were as such. I'm going to show you right now. Hold on. Where the frick is it? God damn it. This is from OSINT Defender, but it's from Wall Street Journal. Per a report from Wall Street Journal, Iran has responded to the Trump administration's proposal for a ceasefire with demands that far surpass the characterization of maximalist. Now, obviously, I don't think these are characterizations that far surpass maximalist, right? I think it's ridiculous, especially because that's what's going on right now. They've been able to achieve some of these goals militarily. So who the fuck cares that Americans think it's maximalist? Iran has demanded the closure of all U.S. bases in the Gulf region, something that they've demanded since day one, something that you might even assume has been achieved militarily because they've been bombing them into dust. A new Strait of Hormuz framework that would allow Iran to charge fees for vessels that transit. Again, not maximalist. It's what's currently happening. Okay? The end of all sanctions on Iran, the end to Israeli operations against Lebanese Hezbollah, and no discussions on Iranian ballistic missile programs. Again, not maximalist. These were the base demands that they made. The only one that's like new, I would say, is the end of Israeli operations against Lebanese Hezbollah. Such demands have been called ridiculous and unrealistic by U.S. officials. I added a couple onto the pile, knowing that the Iranians are paying attention to Twitter. Maybe they'll see it. They should demand Israel denuclearize, withdraw to the Green Line borders, and pay reparations to the Lebanese and Palestinians. Also, they should make Israel agents register under FARA. Just as, you know, just as a contingency, long-term contingency plan. Since they have the leverage, might as well use it, you know? These would be just demands. Now, that's a maximalist demand, by the way. They should demand Israel denuclearize. Now, that right there, that's a maximalist demand. I'll show you what a maximalist demand is. That right there is it. Okay? Don't know if your comments are sarcastic or not, but no way Israel would agree to that amount. I know, I'm joking, okay? It's a joke. Yes, this comes from the desk of Dr. Jihad. Let Iran lead investigations in nuclear capabilities so they know where they are for reasons. Yeah. Yeah, demand Israel's full dissolution. The full dissolution of the Zionist entity. That would be maximalist. Reuters, one of the regional sources told Reuters that Hezbollah had received Iranian guarantees on its inclusion in any wider deal. Iran is prioritizing Lebanon. It will not accept Israeli violations in Lebanon like what happened after the 2024 ceasefire, the source said, referring to Israel's continued strikes on Lebanon despite a 2024 truce that ended the last Hezbollah-Israel war. What's interesting about this is that there's not really any mention for the Palestinians, which I think is kind of lame from the Iranian side, but it also shows that they are obviously in it for selfish reasons. Because, like, even if they wanted to win favor with the rest of the world, they would bring up the Palestinian plight here. Like, their actions, although self-interested, are still going to end up most likely benefiting the Palestinians regardless. But let's be real. There's still time. Surprisingly, the one person who's shown even-handed insight on this is Malcolm Nance on his YouTube. For obvious reason, he glazes over our and Israel's offensive weapon shortcomings, but his analysis on what is happening in the Strait is close to yours, but he adds additional nuanced analysis and expanded military intelligence analysis because of his own personal military experience fighting in the Strait. Well, if he's glazing over American shortcomings and Israeli shortcomings, then he's not actually offering, you know, reliable analysis, I feel like. They didn't say Hezbollah, but all resistance groups. That includes Palestinian factions. I have heard Professor Morandi bring up Palestine, but I don't know how... you know, how much, I mean, I don't think he has any say whatsoever in this process. I think he's just a spokesperson pretty much. Mohsen Rezai, senior military advisor to the new supreme leader, Mojtaba Khamenei. If their air power, which is their main force, has not yielded results, what are they expecting from a ground operation? Are American soldiers really ready to die for Israel? I guess we'll see. Oh, the news anchor mentioned Hamas and the resistance? Okay, that makes sense.
Attacking Iran in the middle of negotiations, taking out the supreme leader.
Do I think I can get Morandi on stream? I think so.
Taking out a number of senior political and
he goes on everybody's stream.
Leaders. Washington confidently saying that this war is going to be over soon. 26 days into the war, it is not over. And as the days turn into weeks and the weeks are about to turn into a month, you clearly get the sense here in Tehran that the leadership, the political leadership, the military leadership is being emboldened. They're gaining confidence that they have the upper hand, that they are exacting a cost against Israel and the United States, and they believe that they can dictate the terms. Is that the case? Can they dictate the terms? Are they overplaying their hands? What's Washington's response going to be to Iran's counteroffer? We'll wait and see.
Reza Sayed reporting live there from Tehran. Thank you. Israel this Wednesday has continued to strike targets in Iran. That as Iran maintains its attacks on Israel, with air raid sirens sounding across the country this Wednesday. For more, we can cross now to Israel to speak with our correspondent in Jerusalem, Noga Tarnopolsky. Noga, I know that you've been in your bomb shelter at least 3 times in the past 24 hours. What's going on in Israel today, Noga?
That's right. I've been in several different bomb shelters, actually, because even just, an experiment.
Al Jazeera reporting on the new Iranian air defense system. Ooh, yeah, we covered it earlier. When is the Abbas Araghchi stream? It's not happening. It's not happening. They're boomers. As unironically, they're boomers. Massive revelation. Al Jazeera confirms Iran is deploying a highly advanced undisclosed air defense system. Yeah, we covered this earlier. I still think it's probably Chinese, and they're just saying it's their, new indigenous air defense system that they developed after the 12-day war. I just don't think that they're capable of doing that, but Iraq has some of the world's largest oil reserves, but the money it earns doesn't fully flow through Baghdad. Instead, a system set up after the U.S. invasion in 2003 still gives Washington lasting leverage over Iraq oil revenues. Al Jazeera's Osama bin Jawed explains. They vibe coded it, bro. I don't know. I mean, I think their capabilities are tremendous, right? I mean, we've seen that. I just don't know if any country is like capable of manufacturing something in such short time, like engineering something that is entirely new in such a short period of time. Could imagine China telling them not to put their name on it because it could harm their own reputations, relationships in the region as well. They could have just modified a Chinese equipment or Russian equipment, potentially. That's another thing. Hassan, it's the same air defense the Houthis used in 2018 against Saudi air forces. Yeah, I mean, the Houthis did actually almost shoot down an F-35, so maybe it was in their capabilities, but they're making it seem like this is new. This was designed after the 12-day war. Do you see what I mean? Because if you remember, I was shocked when I heard that the F-35 had a close call. The F-35 had a close call last year with what they perceived as like Houthi loitering munitions. So I don't know if that's the same one or maybe a modified version of that. How is Dropsite just the fucking goods? Because they are run by real investigative reporters and not a bunch of fucking charlatans who are stenographers. They do something super basic. They treat American and Israeli enemies as not just like foreign adversaries to disparage, but as, competent, logical people. And as brilliant investigative reporters, they find contacts, they establish contacts with people within the governance structure of whether it be a non-state actor like Hamas or even a foreign government like Iran. That's it. It's actually, it's not dissimilar to the way I approach my analysis on China, right? Like, what do I always tell you? You'll have a tremendous upper hand. You will have a tremendous upper hand if you listen to what the Chinese government is saying and take it at face value. And there's no reason for you to assume that they're lying, right? Because every 5-year plan that they have revealed, they've actually accomplished, or at least they've hit like a lot of strategic targets. So there's no reason for, when China says like we're a communist country, you know, we're a transitional socialist democracy, or so, not a democracy, but like a transitional socialist government, right? A dictatorship of the proletariat. Here are our 5-year plans. We do not care about profit beyond using it as an accelerant for industry, right? When they say stuff like that, a lot of people go, nah, that's not the case, right? That's not the case. They must be lying. If you simply listen to what they're saying and not automatically assume that they're lying to us, you will be far ahead of most Western analysts, if not damn near the entirety of Western analysts. And the same principle holds for investigative reporting on foreign affairs like this, right? If you're an investigative reporter and you're invested in finding out the truth, if you treat people within the Politburo of Hamas or the governor structure of Hamas as human beings and not just like fucking barbaric animals who are illogical and just simply operating off of seeing red or whatever, you can get tremendous scoops. And that's how Dropsite does it. That's how Western press used to do it, by the way. There are a lot of people that used to not just comply with the State Department narratives or write articles as though they are operating as stenographers for the American government. People used to do that. Many journalists used to do that. Newspapers used to take pride in the fact that they would write and publish things that were harmful to the national security interests, that went against what the official correspondence of the government was. Now, they didn't do it all the time, but in the unique moments where they did do that, you know, Seymour Hersh is a great example of this. He's and Chris Hedges is another great example of this as well. Like when they used to do this kind of investigative reporting, investigative journalism, adversarial journalism, they would get a lot of prestige out of it, right? What changed? Global war on terror, I think. Global war on terror diminished all of that. Like they destroyed it. It became less and less frequent. And it wasn't because the American government was better at like closing up leaks or whatever. It was just that the types of journalists that news media, mainstream media hired were more favorable to reporters that were doing access journalism rather than adversarial journalism. The Jews bought all the news outlets. Come on, man. Yeah, during the global war on terror. Like, even if you have this idea that all of these like major newspapers are owned by Jews, no exchange of ownership took place. So that doesn't even make sense on the timeline that I'm presenting. It's not the case anyway, but it's pretty funny that you think that like this somehow changed after 2001. Yeah, Jews like Jeff Bezos. Yeah. Jewish Jeff Bezos purchased Washington Post to do Jewish news. Yeah, Jewish Elon Musk purchased Twitter, turned it to X. Once again, U.S. media is casually reporting the Pentagon's use of human shields. Here, the New York Times details how U.S. troops are hiding in civilian office spaces, hotels, because they don't want to be vulnerable or too close to the current front lines. Yeah, Remember the first day I told you that an enemy state, a foreign adversary that is that doesn't have the same like awesome offensive capabilities that the United States has is going to make every target worthwhile, right? This is something I brought up with like Hamas as well. When people say like, oh, well, why is Hamas like landing random rockets on Israeli territory back in the day? This is like a common thing that people used to say, oh, they just want to kill all Jews. That's why they're doing it. I was like, no, it's because they don't have precise targeting capabilities. I'm sure if you were to give them an air force and fight them on, equal ground, they probably wouldn't spend any time lobbing rockets over the boundary at whatever they might hit. They would hit military positions, military installations, because the military is the one, not because of like some sense of morality. I mean, that might be the case too, but because, the military is the tip of the spear. That's who's hurting them. Your goal in battle is to attrit the military defenses and the military offensive capabilities. Why the fuck would you waste munitions on like random people? And that's part of the reason why I said that the likely reason as to why Iran was not only prioritizing the American military bases, but like random hotels and shit was for this reason. You understand? Why does Russia do it on Ukraine then? Wait, what do you mean? Because Russia isn't Iran. Russia has tremendous offensive capabilities. That's the reason why America, also just like Russia, and Israel, also just like Russia, will blow up whatever the fuck they want to. They have the resources. There is a economy here, right? Like Iran wants to continue this war of attrition. It is by need. Iran has bombed U.S. bases across the Middle East in retaliation for the U.S.-Israeli war, forcing many American troops to relocate to hotels and office bases throughout the region, according to military personnel and American officials. Look at that. Told you. General Kane said that layered defense throughout the region were allowing the United States to protect troops and interests, but that the Pentagon was trying to bolster defenses in the region. Part of the problem for the Pentagon is that 2 decades of war in Iraq and Afghanistan, war zones where the United States quickly established air superiority, left the military with facilities and headquarters close to the current front lines. Oh, no. While Bagram Air Base in Afghanistan and the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad, for example, were often targeted in suicide bombings and other attacks, neither the Taliban nor Iraqi militias possess the kind of ballistic missile capability that Iran has. Every single story that features sober analysis on how the war efforts are going basically is an admission that, oh shit, Iran has hands. That's all they keep writing over and over again. They keep putting it in the newspaper that, oh shit, Iran's got fucking hands. Bruh. During the war, in Iraq in particular, the United States built up bases there and in Kuwait, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, and Qatar. Now the war in Iran has made all those bases vulnerable to the point where service members can't really live or work there for extended periods, military officials said. The U.S. military in the region is experiencing imposter syndrome. The U.S. military in the region is experiencing or is excited at the prospect of doing work from home initiatives. Work from home initiatives, sorry. Is it weird that they don't talk about the base in UAE? What do you mean? Why is Iran letting Indian vessels through? We are so clearly aligned with Israel. Regional actor. Regional actor that could prove to be a valuable ally out of self-interest later down the line. Iran has also, from what I understand, fucked over China in the past to cut a side deal with India. And also India's paying the fees India has always had this unique position where, from a manufacturing perspective, they are basically a vassalized state for American and Western interests in general. But due to their complex history of being dominated and being colonial subjects, they also aren't very trusting. They operate in a similar way to Turkey, where they have regional goals. They're a massive country. And like, for example, when you look at the Russia-Ukraine situation, they're a mediator for Russian oil and gas to enter the global energy markets. So they, cut side deals with American foreign adversaries and Western foreign adversaries all the time. Mayor of Tehran wants to sanction the U.S. now. Alireza Zaghani, rather than bargaining to lift sanctions, we're focused on shaping a new sanction framework against the U.S. and its allies in the Strait of Hormuz. Lifting U.S. unilateral sanctions doesn't need a negotiation table. Our missiles have already delivered the results. Instead of negotiating to lift sanctions, we have focused on creating a new framework of sanctions against America and its allies in the Strait of Hormuz. That's funny. I guess they are technically applying sanctions to U.S. vessels right now. Not that there's that many of them crossing through the Strait of Hormuz, let's be real. But even then, the ones that do, I mean, there is still a good amount. Just not ones that are coming to the United States of America. When the New York Times took 5 days to attribute the Minop school bombing to the U.S., its reason for taking so long was they couldn't attribute responsibility until they collected evidence. Yet, despite Iranian denials, they automatically know who fired the first missile or who fired the missiles at Diego Garcia. Weird. Yeah, Iran has denied this one. Iranian missiles strike far off target, but U.S. remains out of range. New York Times is going off pure U.S. and Israel say so. They've done no independent analysis. They have not sent investigative teams to the Indian Ocean to see the wreckage. Again, maximum skepticism for Iranian claims, maximum credulity for U.S. and Israel claims. Yeah, Payatollah. Mark Rutte even said Israeli intel doesn't convince him that Iran fired it. Yeah. I don't know exactly what that story was about. New, Iran strikes chemical complex in Negev while linked to white phosphorus production. More anti-colonial action here. More action against the settler colonial entity, and more decolonization initiatives taking place by force. An Iranian ballistic missile struck the state-owned ILC Rodam chemical complex in Israel's Negev on March 25th, causing a large blast and fire at the facility, according to reports and geolocated footage. The site near Dimona is part of Israel's largest chemicals company and is linked to phosphate extraction used in the white phosphorus production. According to reports cited by Cradle Media, Human Rights Watch, and Amnesty International have documented Israel's illegal use of white phosphorus in both Gaza and southern Lebanon. Yep. Ironically, Iran is far more moral actor because they are a theocracy, murder of innocence, a sin. Okay, I don't believe that sort of shit. Come on, man. That's ridiculous. You guys are behaving in a ridiculous way. This is when you start glazing too hard, okay? Like, it's a state. Calm down. Calm down. That's ridiculous. Jesus Christ. Ugh. No, it's not even that a theocracy is good or a theocracy is bad. I'm not making a statement on that. I'm just saying that no state operates on moral boundaries, okay? They operate out of self-interest. Obviously, they want sovereignty for themselves and their population, and many of the heads of state, like, no matter how corrupt or how evil a state might be, in the overwhelming majority of states, there is still a primary focus on protecting its citizens, okay? And this, yes, includes Iran as well. Like, for example, their strategic restraint for years and years revolved around not their fears that America will retaliate or whatever and destroy them and collapse the state in and of itself, clearly, because they had the capability, as we found out for the past 26 fucking days. Their strategic restraint was because they didn't want their people to be punished. While they certainly would punish their people, right? It's not a secret that the IRGC has oftentimes been far too ruthless and far too brutal in cracking down and stamping out protest movements, anything that they consider to be destabilizing, right? They absolutely still clearly did not want to escalate and consistently demonstrated restraint because they were worried that this, what is happening right now, would happen. They only reacted the way that they did after America took the initiative and engaged in perfidy once again, and also decapitated the entire leadership. Allah awoken your people too much, they've become Shia.
May Allah awaken the people and help them to see the evil doings of Israel and the United States.
Like, the Iranian axis of resistance against Israel is one of the greatest examples of states not behaving in a moral way. Sometimes their actions might lead to morally righteous outcomes, but they're not actually moving in a moral way. And there is no better example of this than the Iranian red lines, the Axis's red lines that were designed to stop Israel from literally doing genocide in Gaza. And Iran and Hezbollah both, and Hezbollah at least had like some limited military deterrence that they engaged Israel with, whereas Iran didn't do that much, right? And Iran actually suffered as a consequence of their strategic restraint. But the reason why they did that, clearly, was because they just didn't want their people to be killed. Do you understand? Hezbollah joined the fight after October 7th, yes, but in a very limited manner. In a very, very limited manner. Because even, again, Hezbollah, led by Hassan Nasrallah, was also demonstrating their own version of strategic restraint. Because if you have any understanding of like strike patterns, capabilities that Hezbollah had at its disposal, and what they used versus what they could have used, there's a reason why this current iteration of the conflict in Lebanon is different than post-October 7 military action by Hezbollah. Okay? If you look at the Israeli analysts, as I have, they have literally come to the conclusion that Hassan Nasrallah was a far more restrained actor than what remains of the Hezbollah leadership structure right now. They have openly said that the ways in which Hezbollah has been pummeling Israel in the last, 20 or so days reminds them of like 2006. They've absolutely been taking out tanks, constantly pummeling northern Israel. Don't glaze too hard. You should tell that to my mom, who in a span of 2 weeks went from İranlılar gerici olmasalardı, bizim gibi layık olsalardı bunlar hiç başaramazlara. I will die for you Sayed Moştapa. Vay be. Türklerin İran'a böyle gaz vermesi enteresan. Türkler genel olarak Arap sevmezler. İran'ı hiç sevmezler benim bildiğim kadarıyla. Hani İran'a saygı duyarlar ülke olarak ama çok sevmezler. Hele mesela Hizbullah'ı falan hiç sevmez Türkler. Belki değişmiş bu konsept artık. How is funding resistance such as Hamas from Iran not helping Palestine? Do you not understand what I was trying to explain to you? Of course, Iran has funded and offered logistics and offered training to Hamas militancy, to the Palestinian resistance outright. Okay? But that's not done as like some kind of moral, that might have a moral purpose, that might have a moral outcome, at the end. Like if you were to successfully liberate the Palestinians and allow them to fight back militarily and develop sovereignty, then that's a righteous outcome, right? That's a moral outcome. But the reasons as to why Iran was very clearly funding them, and the reasons as to why Iran did not take the actions that they had within their capabilities, as we have seen in the last 26 days, but the reason why they didn't do this after October 7, even though they said they would, because that's the whole purpose of red lines, right, is because they were self-interested. They cared first and foremost about their own people's well-being. This is what I mean. Youssef Al-Otaiba, UAE ambassador to the U.S. A simple ceasefire isn't enough. We need a conclusive outcome that addresses Iran's full range of threats, nuclear capabilities, missiles, drones. Bro, UAE is out here like talking as though they are not in fucking striking distance, man. I don't understand. This might be like a lone voice, maybe. Bro, they really think they're Israel. I swear to God. Bro, you ain't Israel. Okay? You're the United Arab Emirates, okay? You're not the United Israeli Emirates. Fuck you mean? What is happening? I know they're spiritually Israeli. I've talked about this quite a bit. And they are tied to Israel at the hip. But what blows my mind, what blows my fucking mind about these last 26 days is that Israel does not give a fuck about the United Arab Emirates, bro. They do not care. And these guys are still behaving like dogs. Holy shit. It blows my fucking mind. Like, how have you not learned the lesson that this allegiance with Israel has only led to having Dubai be erased off the fucking map? UAE had no say starting this war, and they'll have no say how it ends. These big statements are regime PR designed to persuade the public that the UAE has some agency here where they don't. Yeah, this reminds me. You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of that kid that like fake stops the train and then fake pushes the train. Like that's the UAE. That's the UAE's involvement in this and the amount of say they have. You know what I'm talking about? That meme, that video? It's so funny. Anytime a non-Zionist person dies, Israel's happy. Brother, UAE is a Zionist country. No, you mean anytime a non-Jewish person dies in this equation, Israel is not necessarily happy, but they just don't give a fuck. And yes, that does make sense because Israel is a fascist country. It is a Jewish supremacist country. Yeah, this is the one I was looking at. Wait, no, not this one. There's another one, but I guess this one works too. That's the UAE, baby. It's not a lone voice. It's their policy. Just in, Dubai's deputy police chief, Dani Khalfan Tamim, says, calls for more cooperation with Israel and attacks Arab leaders. Oh, people of the Gulf, strengthen your cooperation with Israel. Advice. There is no good in the region's countries at all. Oh, God. What a fucking... Oh. Sharmuta. Gahpe. Kalb. Khus immek sharmuta. Oh my fucking God, dude. Jesus Christ. Watch your mouth? Man, what the fuck are you talking about? No, in the Gulf, we say chalp. Kasoktak sharmuta. Cuck chair was made for this guy? Bro. Anyway, UAE had no say in starting this war and no say in how it ends. We want Iran as a normal neighbor. It can be reclusive and even unwelcoming, but it can't attack its neighbors, blockade international borders, or export extremism. Oh my God. The United Israeli Emirates saying you can't export extremism? Bitch, you literally fund and supply arms to ISIS militants in the Gaza Strip in coordination with the Israeli Zionist entity. And not only that, but you're currently doing a fucking genocide separately in Sudan by funding the RSF. The fuck do you mean? Iran should not export extremism. That's all you do, motherfucker. God, the UAE, man. It's just, I'm not, let me just say, I feel bad for people who are stuck there, but if there is one country that is like morally the equivalent of Israel in the Gulf, it's like they are somehow fucking worse than Saudi Arabia. How is that even possible? How is that even fucking possible? Unbelievable. The way, the audacity, the gall, the way these guys fucking operate, the shamelessness. Yeah, cause the UAE. Ay, ay, ay. No wonder it was a Emirati that gave Jeffrey Epstein. Oh my God, I forgot about Jeffrey Epstein. Ironically enough, that's the other thing. Like, they are the most involved with Jeffrey Epstein. Like, the most involved. They're gonna make videos about you, bro. Yeah, they're gonna get those. They're gonna get those like English speaking, like perfect English speaking Instagram influencers to be like, the UAE actually despises extremism in the region. We're not like the rest of those disgusting Arabs. We're actually a different kind of Arab. Have you guys seen those videos where they do like they do these like insane Orientalist videos about their own people? It's fucking terrible. I mean, the phone flip video is beast mode. I do appreciate that one. I think you guys are wrong. Your Chinese fans turned you into an isekai anime title? A socially awkward, makeup-free news anchor suffers a social anxiety meltdown at the Vanity Fair's Oscars party, too afraid to speak to the stars who support Palestine, missing the chance to talk to goddess Dua Lipa, and surprised that Hudson actually knows her. I was always stunned by the lunacy of the Abraham Accords from an Emirati perspective. The UAE's conflict with Iran is far more resolvable than Israel's conflict with Iran. By joining the Abraham Accords and explicitly becoming a member of Israel's anti-Iran bloc, the UAE essentially attached itself to Israel's conflict with Iran, even though Israel is 1,000 miles from Iran, while the UAE is only 50 miles from Iran's shores. The UAE made itself a frontline state in Israel's fight with Iran. Abu Dhabi is now paying the price for this mistake. Geography is ensuring that key decisions are made elsewhere while it pays the highest price. Here's an example of those influencers.
Yes, the UAE has been paying me and influencers to talk good about Dubai, Abu Dhabi, and all of the Emirates. Let me tell you how much they have paid me. They paid me with things that money cannot be brought to the table. They paid me with safety, security, love, acceptance, growth. I wouldn't have become who I am if I was in a different country. So this propaganda in the West and whatever it is, and the jealousy, because they don't understand how come all of the influencers got together, picked up their phone and showed you the truth, showed you the safety. And if you want to know the safety, like now, I'm more sure of the safety. The first video,
bro, they all got Dubai face, by the way. It's crazy. They all got Dubai face. It's just like lip filler, Botox galore. Oh my God. I don't even want to fucking finish this goddamn TikTok. Check the comments, please. I don't even care. Yeah. Mar-a-Lago face versus Dubai face. Would Iran only be morally righteous if they attacked Israel right after October 7th? Maybe it was a strategic depth on their end to wait until they had the stockpiles and Israel has been on their ass. No, dude. You think they just materialized the stockpiles in the last 2.5 years? What are you, crazy? They've had the motherfucking stockpiles. I'm telling you, I think Yahya Sinwar's Yahya Sinwar's design was to trigger this far before it actually ended up happening. No, Iran just didn't want the smoke. Like, understandably, they didn't want their citizens to be killed. They just thought that they could. They thought that the American and the Israeli side would not engage in lunacy. Okay, well, they were wrong. They're fucking lunatics. That's it. They're lunatics. Surely Sinwar would have spoken with Iran? No, fuck no. This was literally, this was not done in coordination with Iran. October 7 famously was not done in coordination with Iran. It was the last time that America, Israel, and Iran agreed on anything. All parties came out and said Iran had no knowledge prior. Iran, if left to its own devices, if Yahya Sinwar told Iran that he was going to do October 7th, Iran would have probably fucking stopped him from doing it. There is suspicion. I mean, this is maybe reading the tea leaves a little too much. This is like rumors, but there was suspicion on the Palestinian resistance front that the Quds forces might have been penetrated by Mossad as well. Like that the IRGC leadership structure might have been penetrated at its highest levels by Mossad. Why would Iran stop Sinwar? What are you talking about? Look at what happened to the Iranian resistance forces in the region. Dude, Iran, one of the major criticisms internally in Iran against the IRGC, aside from like the domestic repression, is that from regular Iranian society's standpoint, they think like, you know, you're spending all this fucking money feeding Hezbollah and feeding IRGC forces and feeding like the resistance front, right? Which is true. They spend a fuck ton of money, both shipping them arms, shipping them missiles, setting up a supply chain between Lebanon and Iran by way of Syria, sending Hezbollah to Syria to make sure that that supply chain is uninhibited or not disrupted. Sorry. The argument from Iranian society is like, we're suffering as a consequence of these sanctions, certainly, but like we're suffering and you're fucking spending all the money in the parallel economy that you've designed on, you know, fighting foreign wars. What the fuck are you doing? That's not cheap at all. And all of that is, I mean, it's been severely reduced. And it was severely reduced directly as a consequence of Iran's strategic restraint. The idea, the naivete that like America and Israel wouldn't try this. What sources say Iran didn't know? Every source except for Wall Street Journal. Wall Street Journal was the first American news outlet that said Iran had working knowledge of October 7. Israeli officials came out and said that's not the truth. American officials came out and said that's not the truth. And the Iranian officials came out and said that's not the truth. There was one party that definitely knew that October 7 was going to happen, though. And that's motherfucking Israel, okay? Anyone that says Israel did not have any prior knowledge of October 7 is the biggest moron of all time. Of course they knew. The question is whether or not they knew how bad it was going to be. And, you know, how much of that was hubris, I guess. They knew and they didn't do shit about it because they were like, oh, this will be like a limited operation that we can, like, control. Some people will die. Maybe we'll, like, do genocide in Gaza. I shook you. And Yahoo's own spokesman confirmed that they had warning from Egypt. Yeah. I mean, we knew that already. Egypt also confirmed that. According to Financial Times, citing officials briefed on the matter, Russia is prepared to send phase shipments of drones, medicine, and food to its embattled ally, Iran. The deliveries began in early March and were in the process of being completed. Yeah, it was only due to the strategic restraint demonstrated by Ayatollah Ali Khamenei that Israel was able to target and single out different factions of the resistance, the axis of resistance, piece by piece. As demonstrated by what's going on right now, Iran actually had a lot more capabilities. Like, imagine if all of the acts of resistance remained intact and was funded and had their launching capabilities and were just like doing maximum damage to Israel after Israel violated the red line that Iran had set prior. Right? In that equation, Hassan Nasrallah remains alive. Syria is not controlled by HTS. Still doing numbers? Yeah, no, they are. Attacks in Saudi, Kuwait, and Bahrain. Hezbollah has announced 83 operations today. 21 Merkavas have been targeted in one day. Al-Manar correspondent, a momentous day in the history of resistance attacks against the Israeli occupation forces. Al Jazeera correspondent, there's an operation by the party every 18 minutes. This is something significant and unusual given the intensity of the raids. When Hassan Nasrallah was alive, he never did shit like this. They didn't do this shit at all. They'd take pot shots. First at Israeli occupied, illegally occupied territory, and maybe at like northern Israel. Maybe they'd send a drone over the Haifa port to be like, see, this is our capabilities. We can strike you. It's within reach. Israel didn't respond to that with anything but, you're too afraid to do anything. We'll fucking kill you. And it turns out that low-key is what happened, right? America would have attacked Iran in that situation. So the fuck what? America is currently attacking Iran. Hello? Hello? It seems it was an inevitability because we're in it right now. The only difference is, at that point, Iran would have even far more military deterrence capabilities. What is this?
Do you think Putin is helping him?
I think he might be helping him a little bit, yeah, I guess. And he probably thinks we're helping Ukraine, right?
And you are, right?
Yeah, we're helping him also. And so he says that. And China would say the same thing, you know. It's like, hey, they do it and we do it, in all fairness.
Well, hard to justify their own people if they started it as compared to saying they were attacked. What are you talking about? Israel attacked Iran on numerous occasions. Israel assassinated Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran, okay? Israel may have played a role in the assassination of the previous president, for example. In that helicopter incident that took place, even though helicopters are very old, especially in Iran. So that one is a bit of a wash. Israel attacked the Iranian embassy compound in Syria. Israel has also consistently assassinated Iranian scientists on Iranian soil. Israel hit the Iranian embassy compound in Damascus, technically striking Iranian soil then as well, a violation of Iranian sovereignty. In all of those instances, what did Iran do? Sent in a fleet of slow drones, maybe a couple missiles. That was restraint theater. I mean, not restraint theater, sorry. That was retaliatory theater, right? That's what it was. It wasn't real. It wasn't to actually set up restraint because, set up restraint. It wasn't to set up significant military deterrence. Now they're doing it. Yeah, the pager bombs too. Anyway, let's continue.
Like trying to go out for a drink in general these days ends up in a bomb shelter. What's going on in Israel is a lot of confusion. I have to tell you, my impression is that the Israeli authorities know as much about these talks as you and I do, which is saying quite something given how close the military alliance continues to be between the United States and Israel. But, you know, while you were speaking just now with Reza, we received a statement from the Iranian Foreign Minister Arakchi, who said there are no negotiations. He said messages are being transferred back and forth, but there are no negotiations, and that he reiterated a very hard line for Iran. He said that Iran demands a complete end to the war and reparations for damages done. That's it. In Israel, the government appears to be just listening and waiting for these messages, and in particular for Donald Trump, so that today we have heard at the same time that the U.S. is significantly upping its military presence in the region, not in a formation to defend Israel that has been quite roughly hit, but in a formation that could indicate even the deployment of ground troops in Iran. And at the same time, we're hearing genuine concerns from the Israeli government that Donald Trump could unilaterally decide an end to this war as soon as Saturday. So it's a bit of a chaotic sense here. And remember that the Iranians are also demanding that Israel halt its operations in Lebanon. So all of Prime Minister Netanyahu's statements saying that Israel is about to go deeper into Lebanon, that even if the war in Iran ends, the one in Lebanon will continue. All of his statements at this point are cast in doubt while awaiting whatever Donald Trump determines.
Noga Tarnopolsky reporting from Jerusalem. Thank you very much.
Let's bring in our military analyst, Sean Bell, who joins us now. And Sean, we kind of have seen this 15-point plan, proposals of, we don't know exact wording, exact detail fully, but some various and quite large demands.
Israeli soldiers tortured his 18-month-old baby in Gaza to force a confession out of his father during an interrogation.
His legs from a sharp...
What
Jawad
fuck?
is a 2-year-old from Gaza. Doctors believe these burns have been caused by cigarettes and the wounds on his legs from a sharp object. Jawad was reunited with his family in Al-Maghazi refugee camp. Hours after witnesses say he and his father were detained by Israeli forces. His family says there was blood on his clothes.
When we first received him, we noticed blood on his pants. His mother examined his body and saw wounds. At first, we thought it might be from shrapnel, but when we got him to the hospital, doctors confirmed these are clear signs of abuse caused by cigarettes and a sharp object. The wound on his leg has both an entrance.
You haven't seen this? I think this came out while you were in Cuba. It was fucking awful. They put nails in his feet too. What the fuck? Bro, and then I got banned. Then I get banned if I call them animals, dude. I mean, animals is like not even, like an animal wouldn't do
And
this.
an exit. And now you can see his condition.
On March 20th, Jawad was with his father, Osama Abu Nassar, in Al-Maghazi. Witnesses say they were detained shortly after approaching Israel's so-called yellow demarcation line.
This is the area where Osama Abu Nassar was last seen carrying his son. Israeli forces are deployed here. We rushed to reach him, but came under fire from tanks. He was detained by Israeli troops behind that hill with his child, while ground forces fired at us to push us back.
For hours, his family had no information about their whereabouts. 10 hours later, a call came from the Red Cross asking the family to collect the child. Jawad was returned alone. He was taken to Al-Aqsa Hospital where medical teams documented signs of abuse. Osama Abu Nassar is now in Israeli detention. Jawad remains another child in Gaza growing up in a reality where brutality arrives early and leaves a lasting impact.
This is the medical report for Jawad. Doctors documented injuries around both knees consistent with cigarette burns. The report also classifies this as a case of child abuse by unknown individuals.
That's insane. Country that does. All right, things. Oof. I can't believe it, dude. This is like every day there's a fresh new hell. And then you got Democrats who want to fucking find ways of defending this shit. Insane.
On Iran's nuclear plans and proposals, whether they're civilian or whether they're military, would Iran agree to this?
It's fascinating, isn't it? President Trump likes to issue his 15, 18, 20-point plans, doesn't he, as ultimatums. But I have to say, when you read through it, if I was Iranian, it looks like a surrender document. Remember those terms that we were looking at a different scenario. If you look at what the US objectives are, all it does is list those, because that way President Trump can claim that he's achieved victory. The top 4 around nuclear, the trouble is the nuclear ones, you can only actually solve this if you remove the intent. If you don't remove Iran's intent to develop nuclear weapons, frankly, all the bombing in the world simply puts their program back. And as we discussed off air, unless you can find this enriched uranium, you've already got the bare bones. You've got all the experience and expertise to do this. If the US objectives was was to regime change, there may be a different regime in there, but it's still the same effective ideology. It's actually more dangerous, and you haven't seen a popular uprising. The regime may have been battered mercilessly from the air in terms of military capability, but you've still got the drones in place. They're still looking like they've got fighting, and they're still launching missiles around the region, and they've still got their foot on the throat of the West in the Straits of Hormuz. I'm not entirely sure how a 15-point plan is going to prompt them to start negotiating.
And with some pretty big demands in it. Well, maybe what might prompt them to start negotiating is this deployment of thousands of troops, really, but in significantly an airborne division to the Middle East. What would that mean? How would that be used? How could these kind of soldiers be leveraged?
It looks good on pictures, doesn't it? But if you look at Afghanistan, how many troops at the peak did America have there?
130,000?
It was well over 100,000. So 1,000 isn't going to materially change the dial at all. What it does do is put boots on the ground, which, of course, could be incredibly dangerous. I suspect what's more likely is that military analysts believe at the moment that Trump's looking for an off-ramp. He's looking for a way out. If you put troops into the region, it just throws a bit of uncertainty into the mix and therefore potentially gives you a bit more leverage in those negotiations. But quite frankly, at the moment, I as a military guy, I've never seen such uncertainty. The Sky put out this 80-second little video of Trump just turning around, conflicting statements. It's very difficult to do analysis when you're seeing so much out there. What we can see is Iran still standing. They don't look like they want to negotiate, at least publicly, and Trump desperately needs an off-ramp.
And then
a Hadera Magistrates Court judge ruled that the Palestinian miner was apparently starved while in Israeli detention, where he collapsed and died last year. The fact that he was apparently starved cannot and should not be hidden. Judge Ehud Kaplan writes in his decision, even though over a year has passed since his death, Israel still continues to hold on to his body. Yeah, man, it's very hard for me to sympathize with anyone that defends this country, man. It's impossible. It's just directly at odds with everything that I've ever learned. It's at odds with base morality, base humanity. It's unbelievable evil shit. This is like worse of the worst of the Nazi brigades. You know what I mean?
We've got to think it's not just the United States and Iran, but also Israel. And Israel is continuing its targeting.
Yeah, that's who our brave Marine Expeditionary Unit boys are going to fucking die for, by the way. That country, to defend that country's interests. And its unlimited appetite for death and destruction in the region.
Iranian sites, but it is also massively expanding its operations in Lebanon, trying to create a buffer zone, and the words buffer zone may ring in people's ears because they maybe will think of potentially Gaza, for example, and the fact that Israel continues to occupy about 50% of the Gaza Strip. Some might consider that as a buffer zone. Is this a bit of a formula that we're starting to see develop from the Israeli perspective?
I think, unfortunately, you have to only go back in history a short time. Is that 1982 to 2000, Israel was occupying a bit of land. If you see the blue line, the Litani River, there is a blue line below that. You know, that's the border of Israel. And that buffer area has been contested in the past.
There does not need to be any more death and destruction. But if Iran fails to accept the reality of the current moment, if they fail to understand that they have been defeated militarily and will continue to be, President Trump will ensure they are hit harder than they have ever been hit before. President Trump does not bluff, and he is prepared to unleash hell. Iran should not miscalculate again. Their last miscalculation cost them their senior leadership, their Navy, their Air Force, and their air defense system. Any violence beyond this point will be because the Iranian regime refused to understand they have already been defeated and refused to come to a deal.
Just within the past few hours, Iranian state TV has said that Iran has rejected the U.S.'s 15-point plan to end the war. What's the White House's response to that, and have these talks hit a dead end?
They have not. Talks continue. They are productive, as the president said on Monday, and they continue to be. However, I saw a 15-point plan that was floated in the media. I would caution reporters in this room from reporting about speculative points or speculative plans from anonymous sources. The White House never confirmed that full plan. There are elements of truth to it, but some of the stories I read were not entirely factual. So I am not going to negotiate on behalf of the president here at the podium. What I will tell you is these talks are ongoing. We're not going to get into the nitty-gritty details that have been exchanged between the United States and Iran at this time.
So, day 26 of the Iran war. Widely reported, President Trump has issued a 15-point peace plan to the Iranians, but it's also clear he's planning on sending more troops to the region. What is the American strategy in this war going forward? It's interesting, the 15-point peace plan, what we know is that there are some carrots to the Iranian leadership, like sanctions relief, but most of the rest of the plan does seem to be a list of America's strategic objectives. Therefore, it feels a lot like a surrender plan. Now, the US military has undoubtedly written down Iran's military capability, but it still has the leadership in place, it's still got missiles, it's got drones, and it's still controlling the Straits of Hormuz. That doesn't feel like the Iranian government is anywhere close to capitulating or surrendering, and certainly not wanting to negotiate on America's terms. Meanwhile, in addition to the peace proposal, President Trump is talking about deploying troops to the region. But where will they go and how will they be used? Well, at the moment, it's US Marine Corps capability on USS Tripoli and Boxer. This is the tip of the sword of the US Marine Corps capability, bristling with helicopters to move from ship to shore and also recover any casualties, but also F-35 fighter jets that can provide close air support to the forces on the ground. In addition, you've got New Orleans, Comstock and Portland, vital support ships that can also offload hardened vehicles, some of the supplies and particularly the food and provisions that the US Marine Corps forces on the ground will require. Now, 5,000 US Marine Corps sounds like a lot, and it's a very potent...
Is one of these naval assets called the USS Comstock? That's a joke, right? Just that's what they said, USS Comstock. This is a good one for us. Out of all the names that we could have gone with, we chose this one. I mean, respect, I guess. Beast mode. That's cool. That's cool. Cool. Okay. USS Poop Sock.
Capability. But what are those numbers actually able to do? By context, if you look at the Afghan campaign, the Americans deployed over 100,000 military forces into the region at the time. They operate over 300,000 for the invasion of Iraq. And, of course, they are facing over 1 million armed IRGC forces in Iran. So 5,000 is a relatively small number. Where would they be deployed and what could they do? Well, one of the key areas of interest inevitably at the moment is the Straits of Hormuz. And it's been widely expected that one of the ways to control the Straits of Hormuz is to deploy military forces around the coastline and try and annex a part of Iran. Now, whilst that's possible, the harsh reality is 5,000 troops would be a drop in the ocean or be incredibly vulnerable. What looks far more likely is that they could be used at Kharg Island, which is where Iran exports most of its oil from, and America might judge that Iran probably wouldn't attack forces there for risk of damaging their own infrastructure. But the risk of casualties is huge, and America has no appetite for that. Well, it looks far more likely President Trump likes to do a deal. You need leverage to do a deal. And just the hint that he's deploying these forces into the region might be enough to give him some leverage at the table with the Iranians should a deal be done. Meanwhile, if we look across in Israel, Israel's continuing its land.
No. Not even a little bit. No, he's doing that because he's amassing troops to invade Iraq.
And operation.
Like, how can you say that and call yourself like a fucking serious adult analyst when the last time Trump did this was 26 fucking days ago? It was a month-long buildup, and it was very clearly an act of perfidy where he faked the negotiation to start bombing Iran alongside Israel.
into southern Lebanon. That is across the border here and south of the Litani River. It's not the first time they've occupied this region. It was occupied in 1982 to 2000. And one of the reasons they do that is to create a buffer zone to protect their people that are living in the communities and settlements in northern Israel. It's also been reported that several of the bridges across the Litani River have been blown, but not all of them. One of the reasons that they won't all have been blown is to allow the Lebanese people to escape from the region. The challenge, of course, this operation is incredibly dangerous. Hezbollah will be trying to stop Israeli defense forces every step of the way. But stepping back, it's not entirely clear how this operation aligns with America's strategic objectives for the war, and looks increasingly likely as if America and Israel are gradually diverging in terms of their aim. Israel wants...
Is he wrong about the number? No. The troops amassed is a relatively small amount, which is why I don't think they're like going to do a full-blown ground invasion, because they can't do a full-blown ground invasion. They don't even have the logistics. They don't even have the logistics to do a smaller operation. The likelihood is that they're going to try to land on one of these fucking islands and try to hold it.
to make success against Hezbollah in Lebanon, also in the West Bank. All of that's going to take time. Time, frankly, President Trump doesn't have.
Who has the upper hand right now?
Iran. I regret having come to this conclusion because, like many MI6 officers of my generation, we faced the violence and brutality of the IRGC for most of our careers.
That's the Islamic Revolutionary Guards Corps.
Yeah. So there is no...
How? Also, you're British. You're literally a British spy. I'm sorry, if you're a British spy and you're like, oh my God, we faced the brutality of RGC, like you probably, you know, in some ways brought it upon yourself, right? It's the same with like people being like, oh, the IRGC has been like so devastating to our forces. It's like, why are you near the IRGC? Like proximity wise, it makes no fucking sense. You chose to go to their backyard. Also, for the British intelligence agency and the American one, you literally are the reason why the IRGC exists, okay? You are the reason. You did a coup in Iran. You installed a fucking puppet. The puppet was ruthless. You trained its torturers. And then the people rose up and had a popular revolution. I love when there's still dumbass Americans who say shit like this. My friend is going there. Lol, Ayatollah is mutilated and they're winning. Okay, yeah, right. There are so many Americans that are just this fucking stupid. When's the last time you talked to your friend? Just imagine that in your mind. It might be the last memory you've ever had with him. You know, he might actually end up unironically dying for Israel. Given that this is your attitude, I suspect you also voted for the I'm not dying for Israel candidate, right? Like Donald Trump. If you got an opportunity to contact your loved ones that are being deployed or at the precipice of being deployed Tell them to apply for conscientious objector status.
Love lost between us, and I shed no tears for Ali Khamenei, who was killed at the beginning of this war. But the reality is...
Yes, you can do that when you were already enlisted, yes. This has to be coordinated, right? Elisa Slotkin, Haley Stevens criticized El Sayed over rallies with Hassan Piker. Stevens said, association with Piker, El Sayed is choosing the campaign with someone who has a history of anti-Semitic rhetoric. It's kind of wild that, like, there is this much of a coordinated smear campaign. This is my favorite thing that people do, by the way, where they like actively disparage me and then they'll actively cry and disparage me and then be like, oh, the people don't like him. He's unpopular. Why isn't he unpopular? All this is literally them having to deal with their own demons, where they're like, why is a guy, this should be read as, why is a guy who said America deserved 9/11 so popular in America in the eyes of so many Americans? That's what it is. Andrew Cuomo tried this shit, man. It don't fucking work. AIPAC has made the boss call. They got all the Israel lobby dogs to fucking bark as hard as they can. It's so crazy. All the while, Israel's popularity is diminishing every single day, and the overwhelming majority of Americans are looking at what we are doing to the global energy markets and looking at what we're doing to Iran in a negative lens, and they know that it's happening because of Israel. They think you're a government plant. There's a theory that he's a government plant. There's no concrete evidence for it, but the way he dodges the legal system does make one raise an eyebrow. What? If he broke U.S. law, why is nothing happening to him? Should the cops wait for him at the airport when he came back? Wait, what? You can't, like, invent a law violation. What? Why would I be a government plant? Wait, how does that make sense? So I'm a government plant that's actively working against the State Department's objectives? How is that? What?
The US underestimated the task, and I think, as of about 2 weeks ago, lost the initiative to Iran. In practice, the Iranian regime has been more resilient than I think anyone would have expected. They took some good decisions, actually, as early as last June, about dispersing their military capability and delegating the authority for the use of those weapons, which has given them significant extra resilience against this incredibly powerful air campaign. They have embarked on what's technically called horizontal escalation, i.e. firing rockets at anybody within range, which at the time, honestly, Shawshank, I thought was nuts, but in fact has been a very good way of putting in direct price on the US. Sort of worked. And then they've understood the significance of the energy war and held the Straits at threat and globalized, and essentially not internationalized, just globalized the conflict in a way that gives them some weapons. So, they've played a weak hand pretty well. My second point is that Donald Trump has said some stuff that will have confirmed something they knew.
Fun fact, this guy's 38 years old. Yeah, the British don't age well.
Already, which is that they're in a civilizational war in their terms. They're in a war of...
It's so funny that they just keep saying, oh, who could have predicted all of this? Literally everyone. Like, what do you mean who could have predicted all this? The Strait of Hormuz is, like, physically not that difficult to control, okay? It is a choke point that Iran has had the capabilities of shutting off for decades. That was part of the reason why we were always presenting Iran as a foreign adversary, fucking with its economy, fucking with the people. Like, what are we talking about? There was the Millennium Challenge is another great example. Like, America ran simulations on how hard they would get ass fucked by Iran in 2002. It's a very famous war game. Like, it's such a famous war game that, like, random fucking dumbass YouTubers have covered it. Not even, like, you know, military Andes. Like, straight up, it's the type of cliche that everyone with, like, a little bit of interest and some Wikipedia browsing capabilities have figured out on their own. The best part about this is the fucking Pentagon knows this too. It's not like they didn't know. Like, if you think that, I mean, we know for a fact that the Americans knew that this was going to happen. The American analysts, the American intelligence community knew exactly what was going to happen. If I know what was going to happen, how the fuck would they not know that it was going to happen? I'm a random guy. I'm 34-year-old Twitch streamer. Okay? If I could call it from a mile away, you think the American intelligence community could not make this assessment? What did I say? I told you, one, a country like Iran, especially if it's under attack by Western forces, is going to rally around the flag. It's not going to lead to mass protests and mass mobilization. They're going to rally around the flag as they did in the 12-Day War. And not only that, but also they have endless capabilities of shutting off the Strait of Hormuz and controlling commerce that flows from the Strait of Hormuz. It's a 21-mile wide entry point in which 20% of all of the energy flows through for the rest of the world. Of course, the American intelligence knew. That's why they revealed it. They openly stated that this would happen. And when Trump didn't listen to his top general, General Raising Cane, right? What did he do? He went to the media and he sang. He went to the media and he told every outlet he possibly could on background, okay, that we were going to run out of defenses, that this was going to be utter devastation. You don't do that unless it's a last-ditch effort. And the entire time, Donald Trump's like, nope, Steve Witkoff's got me. Lindsey Graham's got me. Benjamin Netanyahu's got me. Played like a fucking fiddle. What a dumbass he is.
Existence. Donald Trump made it very clear that he wanted to see them up against the wall, basically. Whereas America has embarked on a war of choice. And in those terms, I think that's imbued them with more staying power than their US and certainly US counterparts. And they know that now. And I think that really is giving them the whip hand.
Bro.
Is the Iran...
It's also... There is this, like... There's a suspicion that I have. And I want to know what you guys think about this. This is pure speculation. But I think Donald Trump just straight up doesn't trust the American military or its own intelligence community. Like, this literally happened with Vladimir Putin. I think Donald Trump time and time again, has demonstrated that he just straight up does not trust his own intelligence and does not trust his own generals. I genuinely don't think he trusts them. Because, like, think about how he dealt with Vladimir Putin initially. Where I'm certain that our intelligence and you know, our advisors on the American side were like, dude, Vladimir Putin's trying to fuck with you. Like, you're an idiot. Don't do this. Well, they're not saying that. But, like, they were probably like, yeah, Vladimir Putin is not sincerely invested in a ceasefire. You probably shouldn't undermine the Ukrainian side.
And leave it up here.
And then he would just like